Okay, this meeting of the Palo Alto Unified School District School Board comes to order. If everyone can please take their seats, we're going to get started. Today we have Melissa Baton-Caswell calling in on the phone. Melissa, are you there? Ms. Baton-Caswell, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Oh, great. Okay, the board met in closed session, and majority of the board voted, the board voted unanimously to authorize the district to initiate litigation in an administrative proceeding to override parents' lack of consent to assess student GC 2019-2001 for initial eligibility for special education. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda order? Am I skipping anything?
So moved.
Second.
Student preferential vote?
Aye.
Colleagues, all those in, oh wait, I have to do it, right? Roll call. Okay, Ms. Baton-Caswell.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Drop.
Aye. Yes.
Mr., what's your last name? Dauber. I really lost it for a minute.
Aye.
Mr. Collins.
Aye.
And I am an aye. Okay, so we've got agenda order. That means we are going to start with consent calendar. And we have had a request from the public to pull G, H, and I from the consent calendar. Do I have anything else? And if not, do I have a motion?
I move the adoption of the consent calendar with the exception of items G, H, and I.
Second.
Student preferential vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great. Board members, Ms. Oh, each of them too? Okay, Mr. Gordon. We have to count, we have to do a roll call instead of just both of you saying aye.
Aye.
Ms. Chang.
Aye.
Ms. Baton-Caswell.
Aye.
Mr. Drop.
Aye.
Mr. Dauber.
Aye.
Mr. Collins.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay. So we are going to put G, H, and I at the very beginning of action items. So they will now be the new 5A, B, and C, or 5 X, Y, and Z at the beginning of action items. But the rest of consent calendar is approved. So next we have open forum, and Mr. Collins, we've got several more cards. Are those all open forum?
We've got many cards.
Okay. So for open forum,
Whatever the maximum number is,
that means because we have more than 20 cards, we are at 1 minute per person for comment, as per board policy. So when I call your name, I'm going to call 3 names in a row. Come on up to the podium here. Just adjust the mic to meet your mouth, and the timer will go when your minute is up. A minute is quick, I realize. We are going to ask you to start with Allison Rosen, Claudia Peñazola, and Arabmi. Just no, okay. It doesn't appear to be. Just wait 1 moment. Yeah. Did that, try again?
Hello? Okay,
Oh, great.
great.
Okay, if we could make sure the minute starts. Okay.
Okay, so I'm a clinical neuropsychologist, and I know how to use and choose tests, and I'm thrilled to hear that all our children are receiving the NWEA MAP testing, a well-normed test that other districts are using to identify what placement is best for their children. I strongly believe that careful assessment guiding what children learn and a separate focus on emotional health is the solution to stress, school stress. These measures have vast amount of data on diverse populations and data on prediction of student performance. My own daughter was placed in 6th grade and skipped into Mr. Macias's class and is very happy now that she's appropriately placed. She went from a kid who had no interest in math to a kid who finds math to be her favorite subject just because she's appropriately challenged and placed. Ironically, she fears misplacement because there's a possibility if she gets a B-, she'll be sent back to Math A where she got an A. So it's placement's important. Thanks.
Thank you. Claudia Penzola, Robbie, and Matthew McLean.
As a veteran teacher at Escondido Elementary, I took the time to review last week's Board of Trustees meeting, which featured discussions on the achievement gap between our Latino and white students. However, I was surprised to see that the board did not appear to understand the basics of Spanish immersion and its relation to the results of the Smarter Balanced Assessment. The comments of trustee Todd Collins were particularly troubling. There's a constant pattern of low performance in third grade, he said. I think this really bears looking into. I am not privy to all the information presented to him and the other 4 trustees by district administrators, but I feel it is important for all district stakeholders to understand that Escondido Spanish Immersion Program is taught in the 90-10 model, which means students receive instruction 90% of the time in Spanish and the remaining 10% in English from kindergarten through 2nd grade. In 3rd grade, the ratio reduces to 70-30, and the students participate in the Smarter Balanced assessments entirely in English as part of the CAF system, having received most of their instruction in Spanish. This immersion model establishes a strong foundation for acquiring the second language. It is common that 3rd grade Spanish immersion students are not fully able to navigate the English tests, hence the quote, lower scores. But those scores steadily increase by the 4th and 5th grade due to the increase in time spent learning in English. At the same board meeting, Melissa Caswell said, we should think out of the box in order to close the achievement gap. It's disappointing that she does not know that we are trying just that. For example, at the 4th grade level, we are finding promising results in math, which based on my experience is due in part to the use of Eureka, a supplemental math program adopted by the district. Despite its innovation and effectiveness, we are urged not to use it. Palo Alto has a history of one-size-fits-all in its curriculum adoption and intervention programs, and that is a recipe for failure in a diverse district, which likely explains the lack of progress in the opportunity and achievement gaps. As long as we value uniformity and a compliance over innovations and results, these gaps will persist. I invite Todd Collins and Melissa Caswell, as well as the other trustees, to visit the Escondido campus and my classroom. Recommendations are best made when those in charge with the school community are familiar with the school community and its choice programs. We're more than just numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. So as much as we enjoyed the comment, it was clearly more than a minute. I don't know, is our buzzer working? Our timer working? Oh, the volume of the beeper was off. Okay, fixed. All right, thank you. Arabmi, Matthew McLean, and Robin Preissing.
Shall I start?
Yes.
Thanks for giving me an opportunity to talk here. My name is Arabi, and I'm here to address 2 issues in 1 minute. One is misplacement of children in the correct math levels, and the second one is the repercussions faced by our school teachers due to this misplacement. I come here as a math educator and a parent of 2 children here at PAUSD. One child, my first child, could not place properly, but with that experience, I was able to place my second child in the right math class, and he's very happy and excited every single day. And I'm hoping our voices here, my voice and many others, brings transparency to this placement system for the first child, second child, and every single child. As I mentioned, I'm a passionate math instructor at De Anza College and have taught mathematics at San Jose State University for over 10 years. As a teacher myself, I feel that many of our math classes at PAUSD have too large a spectrum of kids in terms of ability and needs, from kids who need extra motivation to kids who have already mastered the material. This puts undue pressure on the teachers.
Thank you. If you could send us the rest of the comment at board@pausd.org. I expect many of you may not have time to give all the comments you'd like to give, and I assure you we all read all of the comments that come to our board email. So board@pausd.org.
So I knew 3 minutes would become 2, but I didn't know 2 minutes would become 1.
It is in our board policy, and we'll make sure to emphasize that whenever we can.
Don't judge our rushed attempts too harshly. You can start it whenever. Thank you for last time stated intentions around middle school math. Data and transparency are still a problem for all. We need a culture of transparency and accountability. Just recently, we finally got the district to release math test results to parents upon request. PAUSD had maintained, believe it or not, you didn't have to share because you didn't own it because it was in the cloud. Common sense failed only by citing California law explicitly reiterating LEI ownership and responsibility did that finally come out. So now we have a similar problem with cohort data. The district has denied a CPRA request for MAP cohort data, saying they don't have any. This is despite the same Assembly bill obtaining, reiterating LEA ownership, despite our LCAP explicitly indicating cohort tracking as a purpose of MAP testing. We shouldn't have to ask. We're rebuilding trust lately, so let's let it all out. Let's not stop giving assessments because we realize we have to share. Please release our cohort data. I plan to submit a modified version of the CPRA request shortly. If we care about the results we discussed last time, let's lean in, act openly, and keep the progress I want to thank you for. We sent some change. Thank you. Let's keep moving it forward.
That was pretty quick. That was a good pace. Okay. Robin Priesing, Michael Zhang, and Melissa Anderson.
So I'm the mother of an 8th grader, and she was placed due to this rigid rubric. She was told to take Math 7. She wanted an extra challenge, and despite knowing it would be hard, she chose that. And then she was lucky enough to get Mr. Macias, hit the jackpot, got A's all year. But my concern was this rubric that's applied to them in 6th grade. Here's a girl who always exceeded expectations on her math CASP testing. She had a teacher whose style was somewhat dysfunctional and who shamed students that she was afraid to ask questions and, you know, sort of fell behind in that one year. And it strikes me that one experience like that can make a kid fall back, think they hate math, and be in a lower lane all through high school because there's some academic inertia involved. And I'm not sure, there just seems to be this emphasis on not allowing kids to be placed ahead in math. I don't know if it's under-resourced compared to the resources going to closing the gap. I suppose if those kids are kept back somewhat, that would close the gap. It would make the gap seem smaller between the underachievers and the higher achievers. But I would ask for leaving the one-size-fits-all sort of, you know, push that's been going on and have some more flexibility and take some more parental input on placement of kids in math. And I want to thank Dr. Austin for opening this forum to parents and allowing some dialogue here. And a special shout out to Mr. Macias, who made a huge difference for my daughter. Thank you.
Oh, that's great. Thank you. Michael Zhang, then Melissa Anderson, and Edith Cohen.
Hello, I'd like to address the proper placement of the student, especially in the math class. And I mean, I'd like to thank Dr. Austin for the initiating of the restart of the math program. My son was actually placed in the GOH class, and apparently, right now what I feel is the Palo school that still follow the no child leave behind method. All the students at different level in the same class level, so teach the minimum. I have to send my son actually to a school outside and to get him excited about math. So my point is that proper placement of the student will actually encourage them to learn more and bring up their enthusiasm. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa Anderson, Edith Cohen, Kathy Jordan.
Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Austin, for your call to evaluate and improve our middle school math program. At PAUSD, we have kids who are hungry for knowledge, and we have talented, dedicated teachers who love to inspire our children. Yet this amazing combination still led to over half, 50% of PAUSD kids finishing 8th grade at one grade level behind compared to kids at our neighboring districts. How does this happen in PAUSD? Because our children are misplaced. Our dedicated teachers are tasked with an impossible mission to provide differentiated teaching to a class of 25 students while not allowed to cover anything beyond a specified grade level Common Core curriculum. This level of differentiated teaching may be possible in private schools where classroom sizes are between 8 to 12 students and the teachers are highly trained with supplemental material. Our PAUSD math teachers do not have such luxury. Proper math placement is mandated by EDC 151224.7, and I look forward to seeing progress being made. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, again, send us the rest of the comments at board@pausd.org. Edith Cohen, Kathy Jordan, and Adora Zhang. Oh, who's a student? Okay. Oh, first in that topic.
Thank you, Don, for initiating the mass reboot and for this opportunity to provide input. The board member Shunak stated in the last meeting that only our students that are below grade letter standards matter. I hope to convey that all our students matter, above standards learning matters, and that a myopic focus on meeting standards creates inequity. The state of California recognized the grade level standards as basic literacy, insufficient for a STEM career. In fact, the goal of the 2015 Mass Placement Act is to precisely curb obstructive practices that turn this minimum bar into a glass ceiling. The majority of our students here aim above this bar, seeking algebra or geometry proficiency in middle school, but our program obstructs them by broken placement, unbalanced pathways, large class sizes, and blatant discouragement. The holdback can be quantified. Our middle school graduates are half a year of accelerated curriculum behind peers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathy Jordan, Adora Zhang, and Maura McGinnity.
Thank you. I assume that everyone up on the dais ran on the platform of transparency, accountability, fiscal management, and relying on data and evidence, particularly from some of the groups here tonight. The math group, I see we have a pink water polo group. I think everybody understands the importance of relying on data and evidence for the board and the district in making decisions. And particularly when the board is thinking about spending millions of taxpayer dollars, we'd like to see the board rely on actual data and evidence. There's been no actual evidence presented about any problem of recruiting and retention of our teaching staff at the district. In fact, checking the actual data, certificated personnel data over the last 5 years shows very few resignations and very few retirements. Interestingly, though, it shows an interesting pattern of reductions in full-time equivalencies and retaining personnel. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jordan. Just as a reminder, if something is agendized, we need you to note that and speak to it at that moment. Open forum is just for items that are not on the agenda for tonight. Adora Zhang, Maura McGinnity, and Eric Rausch.
Good evening. Tonight I'm speaking on behalf of 11 members of the Pali Girls Water Polo team. I first want to express our team's deep dissatisfaction with the district's handling of the termination of our head coach, Doug Stotland. The focus of the district should always be on its students and how to maximize their opportunity and well-being. We've seen administration fall short of this expectation as we feel the district has failed to consider the impact of this change on the players of the team as a whole and instead catered only to the views of a few. We ask the administration to consider whether or not the steps it has taken to placate a vocal minority has resulted in the best possible outcome for all parties. The district has repeatedly told players this is an adult issue, but the events that have occurred pertain to us more than anyone else as they have adversely affected our ability to play as a team. We do not feel that the Pali Girls Water Polo team has been treated with the values promised by the district, and we don't wish to represent a district that disrespected and continues to disrespect its staff and players. As such, on the senior night game on October 22nd, we chose to wear neutral caps. And looking forward, we hope our program can be treated with the core values of transparency, respect, and support. Thank you.
Thank you. Maura McGinnity, Eric Rausch, and Melissa Henderson.
Water polo has changed my daughter's life. She's a freshman, and it's been a program built on the shoulders of many, 2 wonderful coaches and parents for many years. It's been an incredible experience for her and teaches not only the sport, but values. And we don't believe that things are being handled appropriately right now with regard to the firing of the head coach. To the contrary, the school and the district have allowed a perception and the reality to grow that concerns in the interests of a few will outweigh the best interests of the many. Special accommodations were put in place with pressure, but not with full awareness or agreement by key parties. Individual accommodations should never allow for one person to disrupt an entire team or classroom. The coach, it seems, has been chased down and fired over technicalities. Investigations were not comprehensive. Players do not feel respected and supported in this process. The viewpoints of a select few are overheard, and team captains were even excluded from the process of consideration. I really thank you for your willingness to listen and to help, and we have much more to say.
Thank you. Eric Roush, Melissa Henderson, Tim Edmonds.
Thank you. I'm also a concerned parent of a water polo player at Pali. When I attended parent orientation at the beginning of the water polo season, the coaches outlined clear team rules. As a parent, I felt good about the framework and the culture the coaches described. Only later on did I learn to my surprise that the district created and enforced unwritten rules for one player that allowed this player to ignore team rules and prevented the coach from enforcing these rules equally to everyone, leading to a toxic environment. And when the coach finally took a stand, the district fired him. To the board and Mr. Austin, I say this: do not treat this as just another staff change, please. Parents and students are watching to see how you respond. Use this as an opportunity to demonstrate you can grow and be transparent and accountable to the community you serve. Comprehensively examine what happened here and meet with all water polo parents and students. Thank you.
I have. Wait, 1 second, let me just do that. Melissa Henderson, Tim Edmonds, and Peter Noon.
Great. I have 3 daughters. One is a sophomore and was the co-captain of the JV team. She's here with me tonight. They went undefeated under Doug's leadership and the JV captain. 2 of my daughters in the school district have IEPs. I understand the need for special accommodations when warranted. In this situation, a student was provided a modified set of rules that altered the expected behavior, participation, and communication with the team and the coach. This led to complications. When teammates have different set of rules, it compromises the integrity of the program. The implication of these modifications for a select few created conflict between the athletes and the coaching staff. Entitlements given created conflict that led to divisive behavior. Special status leads to imbalance, resentment, and conflict. This all played out this season. It happened because someone authorized a different set of rules. This should never have happened. Action needs to be taken to ensure a common set of rules, behavior, and conduct are provided for all team members. No side deals should be authorized. Thank you. I would ask that whoever did authorize this, please acknowledge that and apologize to the whole entire team. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim Edmonds, Peter Noon, Laura Lindstrom.
Hi, I have a daughter who's a junior on the Pali varsity water polo team, and her season has been greatly diminished. Her experience has been greatly diminished due to the challenges surrounding a special agreement created for one child by the district, for one athlete. The result, a special set of rules for only one student, ended up creating a needlessly stressful environment for each player, coach, and parent involved on both the varsity and junior varsity teams. At a meeting on October 30th with 3 team parents, Principals Paulson and Deputy Superintendent Hendricks compared the creation of a plan for special treatment of an athlete to the classroom-based educational plans such as 504s and IEPs. I guess you would call this an IAP, or an individual athletic plan. Having never heard of such a plan, I have some questions. Number 1, are these common in athletics? Number 2, where can parents find the PAUSD policies and procedures governing such agreements? How are special plans used in all our welcome no-cut sports versus cut sports where the coach is required to determine who has the right to participate on the team? Thank you very much.
Peter Noon, Laura Lindstrom, and Alexandra Lee.
Hi, my name is Peter Noon. I have a freshman at Pali. She was in this amazing water polo program. It changed our lives. The coaches were fantastic. The parents are committed. The girls give everything they have to play the sport. It's a cut sport, right? And they had an incredible season thanks to the coaches and the parents and the girls' hard work. The JV girls went undefeated, okay? We get towards the end of the season, Coach Doug is fired. Nobody knows why. There's zero transparency into how this process went down. What rule did he break? What published rule did he break that caused this to happen? What can we do to make this process more transparent so not only the parents, but the girls know what's going on and know how they have to carry themselves to be successful in the sport. It's an absolute loss to have this program disintegrate because the JV coach is tied to the varsity coach. If we lose Doug, we might lose Deke. Overall, this is a disaster. I ask you for help. Let's get to the bottom of what really happened. We'd like an independent investigation into why Coach Doug was fired. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, is that Laura Lindstrom, Alexandra Lee, and Todd Emanuel.
All right, thank you for listening to our group tonight. As you may realize, there's a lot of parents and students who are really emotional They're angry, they're frustrated, they're confused by a series of events that played out this season for the girls' water polo team. As a result of this, it has not been an ideal playing environment and certainly has divided our community. It's critical for the integrity of the future of the program. And I want to add that Doug Stotland and Deke Rao tirelessly built this program over the last 3 years. We need to move forward with transparency and guidelines that are clear for everyone involved. Finally, it's important that the selection process for the varsity coach moving forward be done without bias or parents or administrators weighing in too much, that it should be done with complete transparency so that it's a fair process. It should be deliberate for the future of the program. In fairness, the JV coach with an undefeated season this year should also be given fair consideration for the first right of refusal.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Please send any additional comments to Board of
No problem. I
Trustees.
appreciate it.
Thank you, Laura. Alexandra Lee, Todd Emanuel, and Doug Stotland. Stotland.
Hi, my name is Al, and I'm a senior on the water polo team as well as the captain. I played water polo here for 4 years, and I've loved playing for Doug for the past 3 and watching how our program definitely grew and developed. However, I'm here today not only because I'm frustrated by the way our team has been treated this season, but also because this has now affected my school. I'm also a member of the social justice pathway, and with that, I'm in the AAR, or the research class, where every student is paired with a mentor to help them guide our senior capstone. After Doug's termination, I was informed that I would need to find a new mentor and that this had come directly from the superintendent. As a result, my teacher's hands have been tied, and I no longer have a mentor for my AAR class, as we are more than a quarter of the way through the school year. So I think that the firing of our head coach has been incredibly detrimental to my high school water polo and my senior season, as well as my education. Thank you.
Thank you. Todd Emanuel, Doug Stotland, and Christian Anderson.
Good evening. I'm Doug's lawyer. I've also known him very well for about 45 years. So let's get the legal stuff out of the way really quickly. Doug is an at-will seasonal employee. He can be fired for any reason. So why are these folks here? Why don't they just give up? And the reason is because they know this decision was based on politics, not merit. The district bowed to the threats by a couple parents without even asking to hear the voices of pretty much all of the other players and parents. This is why you have protests. This is why I think this is just the beginning of this. What reasons has the district given for his termination? The principal publicly stated it was for performance reasons. We've obtained his entire employment file. There's not a single reason why he was terminated. There's not a single negative comment or criticism. There are just 2 amazingly exemplary employee evaluations in here. If you don't investigate, these parents will. They will commission an objective, comprehensive investigation. That's what needs to be done here. Thank you.
Doug Stotland, Christian Anderson, and Jay Backstrand.
My name is Doug Stotland. I'm the water polo coach that everybody's talking about. But I'm also a parent. My wife and I are parents. Our oldest daughter, Esme, graduated from Pali last spring, and our youngest daughter, Amelie, is going to be coming here in the fall after stints at Duveneck and Green. I'm here tonight mostly as a parent, but I wanted to make sure everybody knows the history of what's happened here, because it's very important to this group of people. I want to briefly summarize my experience as an example of the pattern that we see over and over of a small number or individual parents being able to get something done that they want for their child at the expense of a bunch of other kids. So I suspended a player. I set forth in writing.
Madam President, could I interrupt, please? I feel uncomfortable that this former employee is now speaking directly about one of our current students. Is there a way that we can caution on this point?
Yeah, I'm thinking that, and I'm trying to figure out how to give him his minute without, well, obviously pause, without speaking directly about a student. And it doesn't matter. We are this, excuse me? This is the school board meeting. I am gonna make the decision here. I need you not to refer to a specific student, even not using her name. If you can just be careful about maintaining confidentiality, or especially because a lot of parents are telling us they know who you mean. If you share information about that student, then that isn't respecting the confidentiality as we need it in here.
All right, my assistant coaches and I made a decision about what to do about a problem that we had on the team. Everybody agreed. Dozens of players and parents also were witness to all this, and they also agreed. And that they can attest to that the problem that we had on the team that led to these actions were based on some unwritten rules that were agreed between the administration and a set of parents that we treat this one player differently from the rest of the player.
I mean, Madam President, I'm really uncomfortable with this former employee's references here. I don't believe that he's respecting your instruction not to speak about this particular student, and
So
I hope that you'll instruct him otherwise.
I mean, noted. I think that as long as he's talking about a problem that he struggled with as a coach, but leaves it at that.
I feel like I can help you out here. Listen, the problem's not with the kid. The problem is not even with a set of parents. The problem is with the way the administration feels empowered to address a situation where the right thing to do is to do things for the larger number of kids and the program for the long haul, instead of doing the expedient, easy thing, which is to back down and bow to the pressure of a pending lawsuit. And I think that's ultimately what's going on.
Time is up. So feel free again to send comments. Thank you. Kristen Anderson, Jay Backstrand, Colleen Backstrand.
Hi, my name is Kristen Anderson, and I've been the Pali girls water polo team parent for the last 4 years. I've been asked to provide a little context, but we're a little out of order. At the end of the 2018 season, the end of season survey showed that Coach Stotland had an excellent rating on all 13 applicable categories. At the end of this season, there was a meeting that resulted in with a 1-1 player meeting that resulted in a Title IX investigation, which was denied, and then the family filed a complaint in June. This has been going on for months. It's taken a ton of toll and stress on our water polo community. We were, even in early August, many families asked to meet with the administration, and they were denied, so our voices were not heard. We were not provided equity of access. And then it was clear after the special accommodations were granted that they were trying to fire him, and there was a case for firing, and I will send that in a document.
Thank you very much. Jay Backstrand, Colleen Backstrand, Yen Lee.
So I'm Jay Backstrand. I'm the father of a junior varsity water polo player. I've been asked by the pink polo parents here to summarize our requests, and I'll try and be quick, and we'll submit these in writing as well. So the first thing that we would like is an official apology from the board and the district and the school to our coach and to the girls on the team. We'd like, second, to request that there's a commitment by the board and the district to set clear guidelines about handling complaints against coaches and contract employees in the future. Third, we'd like to request that we hire a third-party investigator to go through this entire matter from the very beginning up until Doug's firing. And we'd like to request that he is reinstated, that he's placed on leave until this investigation is conducted. Fourth, we'd like to establish a parent committee to help with the hiring of the next coach. And fifth, we'd like to develop a clear code of conduct for all sports, all athletes, and all coaches so that it is very transparent as to what the expectations are for everybody in our athletic
Thank you.
program. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleen Backstrand and Yen Lee.
His actions of protecting his players and the integrity of the water polo program created a ripple effect. It is safe to say that within 24 hours, phones were ringing, texts were pinging, and emails were sent. 2 days later, the coach was fired. His name was slandered in the press, and the narrative, we had no choice. He was a bad hire. Parents want their children to be happy. Parents are invested in their children's athletics. A public school sports team cannot be run without parents, but parents cannot run the team. One family's issues cannot be valued more than another family. This experience leaves me with the conclusion that if you want to get your way with the district, just file a lawsuit. Use your relationship with the people in power. The way in which PAUSD fired this coach, the father in our community, a dedicated volunteer, is a cautionary tale about getting involved with PAUSD. We could do better. There needs to be more daylight between parents and board members, parents and the administration. There needs to be more walls between parents and coaches and parents and the athletic director. I hope that the district will immediately begin working up a process for complaints, a code of conduct for players. I hope the district will apologize. I hope our next good hire coach turns over his salary to ensure JV players can play with an Olympian, create Friday night tournaments, break records in the number of girls trying out, oversee a program with an undefeated record, and create and manage tournaments for our kids.
Thank you, Ms. Backstrand. Yen Lee.
So I'm an unpaid volunteer assistant coach for the Palo Alto varsity girls water polo program. I also have 2 players, including their senior that spoke earlier, 2 daughters on the team. And as a parent of those 2 girls and as an unpaid coach, I'm horrified and embarrassed by the example that you've let your administration set by demonstrating that intimidation pays. Perhaps it's not intimidation, but we don't know, because the only narrative we have is the narrative that we have based on these 3 facts. While unfortunately the district is hiding behind HR rules to not communicate openly. Fact number 1, the family that led the initial complaint against Doug and led to him getting terminated also had a number of you elected to the school board. So the conclusion we draw is that they have the influence to intimidate. Fact number 2, Nelson, the AD, turned down those special rules that we're referring to. He then had to reverse himself, and when he came, he said, I'm sorry, I was told that if anyone further up hears about this again, someone will get fired. So fact number 3.
Mr. Lee, if you could send us the last one.
When Pally administration finished the investigation where they didn't talk to the co-captains,
everyone had 1 minute.
all the parents,
I believe you
they
have something
fired the
valuable to
coach.
say, but if you could
here's the
email it to
question.
us.
For
at
Jessica,
board@pausd.org.
Melissa, and Todd, is this the example that you want to set?
Yen.
Is this the narrative you want to leave
Draw to a
before
close,
the
please.
2020 elections? That intimidation pays.
Thank you. Send us the rest at board@pausd.org. Okay, I believe that is all of our open forum comments. Is that correct? Yes? Okay, thank you. You're, of course, welcome to stay for the whole rest of the meeting. We cannot comment on this right now because it's not an agendized item, so it's nothing we can speak to right now. Thank you for your comments. You may stay for the rest of the meeting, or you may take leave, and we are going to move on to our reports. I'll wait 1 second as people get up. I'm not gonna pause it. I'm just gonna Oh, yeah. We good? Okay. Moving right along. we're going to move on to 4A, Superintendent's Report.
Yeah.
Can we just close that door?
Do you want to wait for that door to be shut first? Thank you, Vicky's getting it. Okay. Superintendent's report tonight, and these are on non-agendized topics, will take me just a couple minutes because we had an incident that requires a couple minutes to explain. On November 4th, yesterday, there was an incident in town involving a bank robbery of a local bank where the person was chased essentially to the Pali campus. Now, unfortunately, the police did not know for sure that he was at the Pali campus. They were not in direct sight of him during this time. In fact, we had no description, either from the police, from anywhere, because in less than 15 minutes, or roughly 15 minutes, the person was apprehended and taken away, which is absolutely amazing that the police were able to hunt him down that quickly and resolve it. That's the good news. And the other part of this, and two things can be true at the same time, is that it happened during our lunch period at Pali, and students are dispersed all over the campus. Students are across the street at Town and Country, they're in libraries, they're out on the campus, they're all over the place. The time frame from the point to where the police showed up on campus to when they got to our principal, Mr. Paulson, was very, very tight. Again, remember this, for people who are aware of the geography of the area. The bank robbery occurred over near Stanford Mall, and the person took off on a bicycle. So on a bicycle, they were able to get somewhere, we believe, over around the Town and Country area, and then enter the Pali campus in a matter of minutes. So the chief and I and city manager and Ms. Hendricks all met today to really go through and look at the time sequence. And when it was laid out for us, and the police department timestamps everything, every radio communication, every call, everything. So it's very easy to go back and track. We see it that the window in which they were on our campus and needed to respond was measured in seconds. It is true that the person had entered our Pali library with students in the library, had interacted with an employee, and that a student noticed that this person didn't look like they belonged and called the police. And the police dispatch contacted the police officer that was literally feet away outside the library, and we were able to get the person on the scene right away. There was a police officer injury, and I won't get into the nature of the injuries that happened during the pursuit. I don't need to talk about that, but he was injured. And when students saw the officer drop to the ground in this chaotic moment, their minds went to scary places, which I fully understand. We had reports that large numbers of students were running from the area. That's absolutely accurate. And we reviewed the surveillance footage on that and saw that. I understand that that's scary. It's also exactly what you're supposed to do. If there were a situation where there were weapons involved, that's exactly what the students are taught to do. Just when you see it in action, it's scary. So for this, the after-action report today was a valuable exercise for us to sit down and really go through things. I sent out more information, more detailed information than what the school could right in the moment. Just a reminder, in the moment, the school is not supposed to be writing the equivalent of news stories. It's a very quick update to let people know that things are okay, that there was an incident. So when they get home, they'll know about it, but not to recount every detail. It takes a day or more for all of that to come in. So I took that responsibility on today and got that information out. I am very thankful for Karen Hendricks and for Adam Paulson and his entire team. Teachers were in a chaotic moment over there too. They had to make right in the moment decisions. And while it was stressful and anxiety was high, they did exactly what we would hope that they would do and what they're trained to do. They did one of two things. They invited kids to quickly get into a room, or they went along with the order to run. Both are acceptable. So not a stress test that we wanted, but in the end, the police department find a bank robber in 15 minutes. Staff acts appropriately, timeline super quick, after action report, which is often a missing part of these exercises. So we're thankful for the partnership with the police department. Two more items. Parcel tax polling begins very soon, within days. So within days, our polling service will be contacting a sample size of 400 Palo Alto residents to ask questions about parcel tax moving forward. As a reminder, that generates about $15+ million a year to the operating fund of the school district. They'll be asking a series of questions and then presenting those results to the board in open session on November 19th. So that'll be a time for us to get a better sense of where we're at. Finally, it seems like it's been a long time, but it's really just days ago, Stanford University withdrew their general use permit from the county. So effectively ending the possibility of a building project, including housing, which would have created students in which they were prepared to mitigate with the school district. Their mitigation efforts, however, were not just for the school district, and for whatever reason, were unable to navigate with the county and get through the process, so they withdrew, and that's their decision to make. Just to clarify, the school district had no loss in that, with the exception of time invested, which was fine. It was, I think, productive time, and I think led to stronger relationships between the school district and Stanford than recent memory, for sure. So we're excited about moving forward with Stanford. I've already been in contact with one of their vice presidents about getting back together and making good on our commitment to explore opportunities for the two institutions to work together. We feel great about that. No loss to the district. While we had a mitigation agreement that could have generated about $250 million, that was predicated on the fact that there was something to mitigate. And without something to mitigate, it's not $250 million lost, it's just a wash. So that's it for my report.
I have a couple of questions for the superintendent on a couple of those items.
Why,
if I could
certainly.
post them. On the incident yesterday, did the police dispatcher or anyone else from the police department reach out to either district office or to the Pali administration, except for the officer that you mentioned who found his way to the principal's office?
No, and that was a question that we had for the police chief and the city manager. Of course, in our world, and Ms. Hendricks and I world, we're top priority. And as was explained to us, and it made sense, with a limited number of dispatchers, they were dispatching to 3 different locations on information that wasn't rock solid. At that point in time, it was very, very quick. But the short answer is no. When I went, I guess my thought on it is if they had notified us and there was a indefensible gap between that notification and action, we would have a problem with the Pali administration. If they had not notified us at all, we would have an issue with the police department. I think where it landed was that in between, We had notification, but on-site notification, not an advanced call. But I think it made sense why that was the case.
I appreciate that. And on the GUP, you circulated a document that I just wanted to sunshine for the community to the board, which was a letter from Supervisor Simidian and Supervisor Chavez from them to Stanford. Is that right?
Yes.
It was a colleague memo to their colleagues.
Oh, it was a colleague memo to their colleagues. Was it?
My understanding is it was a colleague member to their colleagues that was part of their public report packet that I believe they had shared with Stanford prior.
And that letter made reference to the school district and to the agreement that you negotiated with Stanford. Is that right? Can you just describe briefly for the community what that letter said?
On this document, it was essentially an additional list of conditions provided to Stanford on top of the conditions of approval that had already been circulated. And on this particular document, I think it's page 6, number 5, it referenced the school district. And what the supervisors were putting in writing is that a condition was that Stanford adhere to the exact conditions as far as per pupil funding that we had already negotiated on our own behalf. And it was absent the additional $16.5 million for facility safe routes to school and interim housing. So that was not mentioned one bit in the document.
So Supervisor, just so I understand, so Supervisor Simidian and Supervisor Chavez told Stanford that it would be acceptable in terms of reaching an agreement on the GUP to provide mitigation to the district with respect to the per student funding, but omitted the rest of the funding, the $15 million for facilities and the safe routes to school support and other support. Is that right?
Yeah, to be on solid ground, I would say I don't know what their conversations were, but the written document clearly omitted those, and I did confirm that with a representative from Supervisor Simidian's office that those items were not included.
And did they consult with you before making that offer to Stanford, an offer that was less than what the district had already agreed with Stanford?
No.
So thanks. I think that's important for the community to know. I won't go on at length about it since it's a superintendent's report, but I'm extremely disappointed that Supervisor Simidian and Supervisor Chavez decided to undercut the district's agreement with Stanford and to secure less than what the district had. I think it's a breach of the trust with the community, and I hope that if the GUP comes up again, that we don't see that kind of lack of communication and respect with the district.
Thank you. Student board member reports, Mr. Gordon.
Thank you. To start, I think it's best that I touch on what happened yesterday. I think that it was a scary time for a lot of students at our high school. A lot of misinformation was spread very quickly through social media. With that said, I think our team of administration, Mr. Paulson, Mr. Jerry Berkson, and their team for handling it as well as they did. As for the whole situation, I was in the library when that gentleman entered, and at the time it just looked like another one of there's so many adults on our campus that it just looked like another one. It's a scary time for us all, but I'm beyond glad that all of our students were safe and that the community responded so well. On to my report, the Pali girls volleyball team is on to CCS. They played last weekend. I don't know how it went, so I can't report on that, but I know that they've been having a very successful season. Winter sports tryouts have started this week, a whole bunch of different sports, soccer, badminton, couldn't name them all, but they're all happening. We held our Spirit Week last week. In first place came the seniors, so go seniors. Juniors, sophomores, and freshmen were in last place. Our Our homecoming dance was beyond successful. We had one of the larger turnouts that we've had in previous years. We haven't got a final ticket sale count, but over 1,000 students were expected to be in attendance. And on the most serious note, yesterday, 6 students from Pali and 6 students from Gunn met with Dr. Austin for the first of many Superintendent Student Advisory Council. It was beyond a wonderful experience for myself and the other members who were in attendance. A couple of things that we went over were district fluidity. We looked into standardizing a bell schedule and how we could go about doing so. And, I think a lot of students had different thoughts and how we could do so. We looked into the guidance systems at both Pali and Gunn, especially in depth during the course changing, which happens usually during the first week of each semester, where once students have received their schedule for the semester and would like to make a change, Pali and Gunn have different systems on how we do so. And we looked at the pros and cons of both sides, and I think we'll go into that in depth more next time as well. One of the things that we noticed mid-meeting was that there were no historically underrepresented students in attendance. It's something that we took into note, and we'll do better on next time. And it sounds like we will be meeting again, and we will be growing the group as well. We're looking at doubling the size. So I thank Dr. Austin for putting that together. I think we had a lot of fun, and I thank everyone that was involved with that. Thank you.
Ms. Ching.
Yeah, so I'll start off beginning. So we had our homecoming dance, which was 3 weeks ago, two Saturdays ago. It was also very successful. I think we had, roughly around 1,000 or maybe like 1,200 students around that, so that was good. We had a Unity Day 2 weeks ago. So Unity Day is kind of like a national day where schools across the country kind of are supposed to have activities during the school kind of promoting anti-bullying messages and sending positive messages about, basically solidarity. So we had everyone dress up in orange, and we had an open mic, and we had basically people writing on Post-its these positive messages. So it was a very unifying day. We also had a Halloween event last Thursday, and teachers got basically students got a trick or treat for maybe the one last time that they can. And then teachers gave out candy, and I think that really encouraged students to dress up a lot. So I saw a lot of people in costumes. Academically, we had Gunn hosted a novice speech tournament. This past Saturday, we had around 300 students from all across the Bay Area come over. And on sports, we also have winter sports starting right now. I believe our school's girls golf team went to CCS as well, so that was exciting. And then kind of touching upon, Ben already covered a lot of it, but we did have a student advisory council meeting yesterday. And just to kind of add on to what Ben already said, which I think was very comprehensive, we talked a little bit about kind of the discrepancies we see between policies implemented at Gunn versus Pali, and kind of talking about how we can make it more integrated, or if we want to make it more integrated. And I think there were discussions about, let me pull up, I think there were some discussions about course alignment and issues about standardizing the teaching, talked about inter-school bonding between Pali and Gunn. And yeah, so like Ben said, we're trying to aim to make it a more diverse group, and we're trying to expand the group as well. So that was really fun for me to be at.
Great, thank you. Okay, moving on to 4C, the equity minute. Probably Ms. Conaway, huh?
I'm going to turn this over to her in 1 second, but first of all, I want to say I haven't been here long, right? Just a year and a few months. But I can tell you, I can feel a difference in the momentum around this work for the first time. And I'm excited for where it's headed. Ms. Conaway and I have spent a lot of time together trying to work through some things to improve the experience for our students. And one thing that we just kind of almost mutually came to an agreement on is we'd like to have an equity minute on every single agenda. There'll always be quick hitters, and it does not mean that that is our only equity item of the night. In fact, tonight you're going to see one in just a second. But we don't want a single meeting to go by without hearing from Ms. Conway and the work that's going on. So thank you. I'm going to turn it over to her now.
Thank you, Dr. Harston. As you know, our commitment to equity and excellence has really prompted us to take a really hard look at some of our practices that we may not have necessarily paid a lot of attention to in terms of its impact on students. Tonight, I'd like to highlight two practices that have come to our attention that on its face seem like it really isn't a big deal. But when we start to really unpack our data and figure out which students are least likely to succeed in this district, it becomes incumbent upon us to really look at practices that may be contributing to some of that. But before I begin with those practices, I want to make sure that the board and the community is aware that perhaps some of the decisions that are made by the educators around that, although it may seem like it's an issue, the reason and the place that came from are from the hearts of good educators. So I want to make sure that that is very clear before I proceed. One of the first issues I'd like to highlight is one around extracurricular activity exclusion. There is a traditional method in education sometimes to exclude students who may not necessarily have a good grade or who have poor attendance issues or discipline issues. Oftentimes, these are the very students that need to be included in our other activities more so than any other student. So if we are deciding upon criteria that excludes these students without applying an equity lens, what happens oftentimes is that you have an exclusion list that is predominantly Black, Brown, and students with disabilities. And that's a hard thing to think about, particularly with educators who are trying to do the best they can by all students. So I'll be working with teams to really look at some of the communications going out around decisions and criteria to make sure that we're looking at that through a really strong equity lens. So what you'll see coming out are not things that say you cannot participate if you have a D or an F, but if you have a DNF and you do these things like attend after-school programs or do makeup work, that you will have an opportunity to participate in some of these opportunities. So I think there's a way to apply a lens in such a way that we can hold students to high expectations and still afford them with the opportunities to participate. The second, what I would say could potentially be a problem of practice is around our math letter. I'm sure everybody's heard about the infamous math letter. This is a letter that seems to discourage students from remaining in the current High Lane math class if they don't have a B- in the class. And if there are students in our district like my son who sometimes did not work to his potential but had the capacity to do so, sometimes these students are often discouraged to not push harder. So part of our work around particular avenues in that arena is to say, you have a B-, here is how we're going to support you in getting a higher grade. Not, you got a B-, therefore you belong in a lower lane math class. So it's about putting a different lens on how we approach this work. It's, you know, again, the educators are trying to do the best by kids. And I have to tell you, when I spoke to one of the educators, they were very clear with me that their intent was to make sure that students were not overstressed. So like I said, it comes from a very, very good place. And the last thing, this is more on a more positive note, and I love that I'm ending with this. We have selected Fletcher Middle School for a pilot program, and that initiative we're calling the Middle School Turnaround Initiative. We have a principal who's very excited and engaging in some work under the equity lens, joining along with Ed Services to really identify some key evidence-based practices that we can funnel into that particular school so that we can measure how we are doing on closing the achievement gap. One of the questions that came to me was, why choose Fletcher? Other than having a very excited principal who's already started her reading, and I think she sends me something every day that she's learned. It's also a small enough school where we can really measure impact. We are talking about a small number of students who are struggling right now, although there is a clear trajectory in terms of the particular demographics of those particular students. But our goal for this particular initiative is to ensure that demographics will not predict those outcomes. So hopefully as we go along during our planning process, we will keep the board updated and let you know about our planning, and also making sure that we have plans in place to progress monitor and report back to the board on how well we're doing on the project. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have a couple of community comments before we do a go round. And we're back up to 3 minutes because there's only 4 or 5 comments here. Carolyn Jones, Elizabeth May, Michelle Higgins, and then Matthew McLean.
Good evening, Board. My name is Carolyn Jones, and I'm a reading specialist at Palo Verde, and I'm here just to support Lana and the work that she's doing in the district. I've been part of the White Fragility Professional Development Book Club and online course. And
Could you pull the microphone down a little bit more? It's hard to hear you.
Last Saturday, I went to a seminar with Joe Truss on white supremacy culture. And so I just wanted to share that the trainings have been really powerful professional development that I think should be continued and even scaled higher. I think they directly address the opportunity gap. I know personally it's forced me to be more aware of my practice as an educator and my thinking about my white privilege and power. I think this directly helps me develop more relevant curriculum for my students. I can build deeper relationships with my students and their families, and I can create safe spaces for my students of color. So I just wanted to appreciate Lana and just say how grateful I am.
Thank you. Elizabeth May, Michelle Higgins, Matthew McLean.
I'm Elizabeth May, and I have 2 children in the district in 6th and 8th grade at Green Middle School. After years, I'm also a Palo Alto Unified graduate, so I've been here a long time. After years of hoping for meaningful change, it appears PAUSD is at the point of either making these changes or shying away from the hard and doing the easy and disappointing. Incremental differences don't make a difference for enough students. A substantial mindset shift from discouragement to encouragement, from content to learning, to seeking solutions and alternatives rather than punishment and penalty needs to be where we go. An isolated pilot 10 years ago would have been fine, but now we'll miss 2/3 of the middle school students who have already been woefully left behind. Whatever is the district's path for addressing long-standing Palo Alto Unified inequities, please do not let the solution to equity have at its core acceleration of math. Don't misunderstand me. It's critical that we improve math instruction. It's critical that we expand access and that we review what outside resources our families use. But Palo Alto should not encourage an arms race for an acceleration. Later tonight, when you listen to the DNF report, it will reflect painful failures of ELA learning, as did the CAP scores at the last meeting. To dismiss the importance of ELA and defer to simply resolving concerns about math is a poor reflection on PAUSD. Without competent language skills, our society ceases to productively function. Now, I think it's important to share in the context of a reboot that our family has seen tremendous bright spots at Green and in PAUSD. We've had teachers who have knocked our socks off. Teachers my girls adore and would strive to do their best for. We've had teachers who make accommodations because it's the right thing to do for a child, not because they're legally required to do so. We've had counselors who have been responsive, and supportive. We've witnessed the powerful effect of Challenge Day. But we've also received emails home that are discouraging. We've had anxiety-inducing experiences for our children that have been punitive. We've had teachers who ran classrooms that left our daughters lost and ignored. We've been left wondering about work and the absence thereof in some classes and the abundance in others. Our girls have felt isolated and at times really stupid, and as a result are frequently devoid of motivation or engagement. Anecdotally, my daughters don't feel welcome on campus, explaining today that they must leave by 3:05 unless they're talking to a teacher at team. This is their neighborhood school. If my kids don't feel welcome, who does?
Thank you. Michelle Higgins, Matthew McLean.
Hi. First up, I just wanted to start with my disappointment that we've picked Fletcher as the school to do the pilot. And I'm a Green parent, and I have my 4th child in Green, so it's my school. I've been in middle school for 8 years now. God help me. So Green is the school where the data tells us we have the most glaring issues when it comes to equity. This is where the need for reform is most urgent and will have the greatest benefit. So I guess the decision's been made. I hope that something can happen quickly in our other schools, and especially in Green, because I do feel like that's the site of so many of our problems. I also just quickly want to say, as far as math goes, if the best that we can come up with, that we're going to lane 6th grade math, I'm going to throw my hands up. Our commitment to equity, to change, it's not real. We've got to do better than that. Just putting it out there, it's not going to make me popular. Moving on, I'm grateful to Ms. Conaway that the Green field trip exclusion criteria is finally being raised and appropriately in the context of equity. It is a policy that possibly for 8 years has sent my blood pressure rising each and every time I sign off on an activity as seemingly inconsequential as the school dance or as big as the Disney music trip. To be really frank, I find it shameful that this is not something that was abolished years ago, and painful that it has to be elevated to this level. I don't get why our educators cannot see what is so very wrong with this policy. The exclusion criteria would still bother me, even if in reality no child had ever been held back from participating in these activities based on the criteria, which includes a punitive response to academic failure, an exclusion for failure to pay a library fine. Could we be more insensitive in our community of immense privilege? I find it unbelievable. In and of itself, the criteria sends a message to all parents that is harmful. In a community where there are more than a few students afraid to bring home a grade lower than an A, where the academic arms race appears to be starting at younger and younger ages. And Cassie reports that anxiety is the top reason for students to visit with a counsellor. We should be doing everything in our power to turn the temperature down. I had more, but I'll stop. Thank you.
Please send it to us, board@pausd.org. I know you know. Matthew McLean.
Very briefly, reiterated and sincere thanks to all. On communicating with families on placement at all levels and possible coming changes for all levels, using and sharing data is your friend here. Neighboring districts do this and minimize their headaches as much as they can be minimized. The map results are meant, among other things, to help parent visibility and empowerment. Years ago, maybe a decade or 12, Gilroy did that with very reasonable results for low SES kids. They're powerful reports. On disparities for lagging cohorts, there's a hypothesis. It's a hypothesis that our frustrations and struggles serving widely disparate student groups are indeed related. I'm not trying to co-opt this issue, but it's a reasonable hypothesis. A teacher teaching to width is one thing, but teaching to crazy width is another. And you can never think enough about the emotional experience of a kid in the classroom and what will make them feel comfortable and strong and empowered with the possibility of mastering and experimenting and reaching out. Finally, ask parents for specific help. If you have, ask again. We get inundated with emails. We parents are excited to help. That's the other side of us gadflies. And finally, do think about the processes and attitudes that got us to where we are, the frustrations you're hearing about, and think about whatever you can do to avoid those going forward in terms of cultural shifts. The signals are good. The recent public comments are very encouraging. I want to reiterate thanks to all of you. Being on a school board is a lot of time and a lot of effort. We all know that, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, colleagues. Mr. DeRopp, any comments or questions?
Well, I want to thank Ms. Conaway for the update and the work that we've been doing. Since we have been talking about middle schools since last board meeting, I think that the district has done a lot to create a plan for how we're going to move forward. And I want to make sure that we will be involved in the discussion about what steps the district is going to take, because as you all know, this is an issue that is a priority for this board and the community. Thank you.
Mr. Dauber.
A couple of points. Thank you for your comments on the math letter. I hope that our educators are paying attention to not just the specific interventions that you're making, but to the spirit of them, because I think that's important, particularly in the area of math. And I do want to reiterate what I heard from one of the speakers, that I think it's important that whatever changes we make in math, and they're clearly needed, are opening up opportunity for all students, so that, and I think I said this a couple of years ago, I think the last thing that we want is for decisions that are made by parents or teachers or students in 6th grade to determine the course of students' progress through the rest of secondary school. I think that's not what we're looking for. So I'm expecting that that's not what we're going to be getting. Thanks.
Ms. Baton-Caswell is no longer with us. I mean, she's with us, but she's no longer with us here now. Wow, she's fine.
Making news here.
I assume she's asleep. She is far, far away in Spain. It is very early in the morning. Whew, I believe she's fine, but she is no longer with us in this meeting. So I am going to call on Mr. Collins next.
Boy, that was a news scoop
Wow.
there. Wow.
Ms. Kadvani.
Thanks for that report. I really commend you guys for focusing on one school. I think with these very difficult problems that we've struggled with for a long period of time, if we can't do it at one school, we'll never do it at 3 schools. So, and for my money, picking the smallest school to focus on is probably the right thing, because, I mean, the truth is we don't know what to do to fix these problems. We're figuring it out. So, the only way I know to figure out hard problems is to get good people to go in and work on them. And over time, you figure out what works, and you develop your capability, and then you're in a position to roll it out to to many sites and larger sites. So I think from an operational point of view, this is literally the only way I know to address problems like this. So I'm really happy that you're doing it that way, and I look forward to future reports. Thanks.
Ms. Chang.
I don't really have anything or questions to add. I guess also, I think this is a very important issue, and I think we talked about it a little bit during the last meeting. And I guess if you ever need any help on on the student side of things, I think we were talking about it in the Student Advisory Council, if this is inequity is an issue that is across high school as well, just understanding how students in those positions feel, I think that's something that we can work on as well.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon.
Yeah, it's very similar. Ms. Conway, thank you. Really, the work that you're doing is wonderful, and the team that we've got going is fabulous. A couple quick points. Middle school math is something that, our high school ASB talks about. I know that Bowman's here, and it's something we talk about all the time. Middle school math is something that, we've taken a look at, and I think that district-wide it should be taken a look at. There's a lot of pros and cons to the way we're doing it, and a lot of room for improvement as well. I think that Mr. Collins had a good point regarding us choosing one school to do it at. I think it's a wonderful option as well. Taking the chance to look in depth at one school and seeing the pros and cons of the changes that we've made is super important. But with that said, I think we need to be not cautious, but ready to implement what we have done at the other schools as well. Very quickly, if we're going to choose one, we might as well be ready to do it at the other 2 as well. And finally, I think that the extracurricular field trip exclusion thing is never crossed my mind until today, but it's just absolutely brilliant, just wonderful. So that's all I have. Thank you.
I'm so glad that we're raising consciousness right here in the meetings. Thank you so much to the whole staff, to Dr. Austin, when you came here, this board unanimously said, we really need equity to take front and center, and we really need to make change that we've always said we were going to make and we haven't figured out how to make. And I am grateful for the staffing changes you have made. I'm grateful that the entire cabinet is really on board, as well as your whole staff. And I think it's really something that we all prioritize, and it's really wonderful and long overdue to see this kind of focus on it in a very structured, planned way. What school we start at, I'm not going to weigh in on. I think you have to pick one. I do think there is I know there is this sense that for a decade, people have been waiting, and more for those who have been around longer, to see significant change. And even now, there's excitement that there's change, but it's not going to be at my school, while my kid's in that school. There's frustration, and understandable frustration. And so I think we do have to find this balance of making sure that we go slow enough to do it well, but quickly enough to recognize that there is urgency at all of our sites. I don't want us to fool ourselves into thinking that Fletcher's got it all figured out. We don't need to go there. I think we all, there's room for improvement everywhere. So let you guys figure that one out. Thank you for the examples. I think that often I don't like us to, and generally, I don't like us to make decisions based on anecdotes. And yet I think the way that we will come to understand this issue is largely through anecdotes. Because I think that for especially the people up on this dais, that for the large part are not the representative of the students that we are not serving well. I think that's how we and a lot of the community are going to come to understand what those issues are. So please keep bringing those kinds of examples and anecdotes to us and elevating them, because I think it really helps us to understand the issue in a way that maybe we haven't before, and helps us to broaden it beyond just test scores and grades. Obviously those matter too, but that it's not just this academic band, that it's all about the culture and the overall experience. So thank you to all of you, and I look forward to our equity minute every time. Any other comments on that? Okay, just about 8 o'clock. Let's move on to our reusable lunchware video.
It's a super easy transition from just totally natural.
But also great stuff.
And Mr. Collins, you're first to comment on it, so be ready.
This is actually great stuff. We have no presentation tonight. You have about less than a 3-minute video. And the reason I'm showing it is because we promised an update on this topic, and we can do it in 3 minutes powerfully with a video created by the Santa Clara County Office of Education for us, which is really nice. Ms. Navarro has led this along with Alva Spence. Neither are here tonight. I told them not to come tonight because I thought we'd show the video, give some thumbs up, and move on to the next topic, but I really wanted everyone to see this. So go ahead, Sarah.
The reusable cart program was pushed out through our food services, through the district office. Its goal is to reduce trash, and we have multiple Go Green clubs on several of our elementary campuses, and so I think the thought behind it was to start this program in the elementary level and then hopefully move it throughout the K-12 district.
It is incredibly frustrating to see single use at our schools. It's a waste of resources, and it's really hard for the kids to understand where things go. Now they have something that they know goes in the red bins. They know that it's reusable, and it's a good message to send.
It's working out great. The district has asked us to use reusable trays, reusable clamshells for our cold lunches. Our lunches are delivered out to the kids easily. They come in, they pick them up. The best part is the trash has been limited immensely.
The key to this is less waste to the landfill. 10,000 years from now, there'll be a landfill the size of North America somewhere. You use a plastic straw one time, you throw it away. You use a paper straw, you throw it away, but it gets composted easy. It doesn't wind up in the creek.
I'm really excited because we're reducing a lot of plastic that's going into the oceans and ruining the habitats. I was really worried about the turtles in the sea and everything that would happen. I think I read somewhere that in 2050 that the sea would be covered in plastic. So it's really nice that you guys made it so that we can reuse things.
They're learning that our resources are limited. They're learning that you don't just take something and throw it away after use. And it's kind of like being at home. You have a dish, you wash it. You have a spoon or fork,
you take care of it.
There is so much less trash, and the children have learned how to clean up after themselves. We used to have our garbage cans were overflowing with cardboard trays that we used to have, and now they're gone.
A fellow neighborhood school of ours only had one bag of trash after the first day of implementation. And I said, I know we could do the same or even better, and let's reduce the trash. And the students understand that concept, even with reducing but also composting. So this kind of solidifies it and puts the cherry on top to really reduce trash here.
As the years go by, you could look out and see how many paper boats we would have had to purchase for the next 5 years, as opposed to what it costs us to acquire the green, choose to reuse, and wash them. And if you think of what another 20 years worth of paper disposable boats would have cost and the impact of a gazillion plastic sporks, it's a no-brainer.
That's it.
Wonderful. There's no other presentation, right?
That's it.
I don't know if any board members have any comments on this one.
I do.
Okay, you're first, go.
I have to say, I love that video. I saw it at the Sustainable Schools Committee, which is a group that's been meeting for going on 20 years.
Yeah.
That was started by some parents and staff in the district, and now is Rebecca Navarro and a number of the people that number of staff members, parents, and district office people and site people are involved, as well as third parties, are involved with the committee. And it is one of my favorite things that we actually do in the district, because it combines, it's a diverse group of people from, our staff, our district office staff, our site staff, our parents, and our community leaders, working for both idealistic and practical purposes, hand in hand together. And to me, it just epitomizes the kind, and man, do they get things done. I mean, the stuff that we're doing here, the stuff that you see, I personally researched what they were doing when we started talking about no replaceable, not using disposable utensils about 1.5 years ago in that committee. I personally called up Seattle, and I forget, there were a couple, Minneapolis had passed a law on it. And this was the cutting edge stuff. This was bleeding edge. Nobody was sure how to do it. Nobody was sure, whether it could be done. There was literally no one to call to say, oh yeah, here's the playbook for doing this. And Alva and our staff, they just did it. And then to see this video, and the kids just doing it like that, and it's not, it's not perfect. And I hear about we're missing 700 of those little plastic trays. I wonder where they went. People are thinking maybe they're in teachers' classrooms, really good to hold like crayons and other stuff. But the idea that we rolled out something as impactful and important as that, and with no drama, no trouble, no school board meetings, nothing, nobody up in arms, it just happened. I just think it's a great example of what we can do when we work together and set our minds to it. Ms. DeBrienza often, more often than me actually, goes to this committee and joins them. And I think, I'm really glad that you shared that video, because as you can tell, I just think this is a great example for everything that we do. So thanks to the people on the committee, and thanks for sharing that.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. More sustainability is good, I think, can summarize my thoughts on this, and really inspiring a new generation of leaders who are going to save what we've done to this planet is a positive step.
You better say something really inspiring.
I just want to know how much we spent for those cute child actors.
This is, so I will say, I don't have that number offhand, but the Sustainable Schools Committee, I'm going to gush about them a little bit, has been really great about doing those analyses, right? And looking at whether it's getting compostable bags for the compost bins, so that after you've collected all the compost, you don't have all that compost in a bag that's not compostable. And what would the cost be for us to start using those? And we've tried, there are several different pilots that they have done, and I handed, the whole committee is wonderful, but Alva Spence, who actually works for Sodexo, but engages in all of these ideas that our district and this committee has. And why don't we try this? And how about we try that? And she is always there, ready to go. And it's really wonderful. It's allowed us to teach the kids, you know, these things that aren't, actually a lot of them aren't in a Common Core state standards, but also just living responsibly as kids coming up in the world. So they're really, it's just becoming the norm for them. They don't think it's anything extraordinary, which is kind of nice too. Did you guys have anything you want to add?
Sure. You know, I took a AP Environmental Science class last year that opened my eyes to how much harm we're doing, and I'm beyond excited to see that we've made this switch at the elementary school level, and am hopefully excited to see us move forward into the middle school and high school levels as well. Thank you.
I'll just add one quick thing. I think in addition to it being environmentally friendly, I think it also fosters a good sense of responsibility and also just cleaning up. Like, I think there are good values beyond just it being sustainable that is good. And yeah, I don't know if this would logistically be possible for high school, but I think it's a good idea. I think you would lose a lot more than 300 trays, but it's a good idea. Yeah.
That's certainly part of the conversation every time. When we rolled out those water bottles at Gunn too, it's like, how many of those are gonna come back again? But you know, people get in habits, right? That's why you start things. Okay, the football, yep. Foothill president presentation. Nothing to do with football.
And Foothill does have a football team
They do.
also.
But we're not talking about that now.
That is undefeated, 8-0.
Undefeated, right? Right.
Go Owls.
It's my honor to introduce Twee Nguyen, president of Foothill College. I was able to meet Twee last year at the end of the year, and I had to go for a walk around the campus before I could get in my car because she pushes out so much energy. Right? It was inspiring to be around her, and I can tell you, just an absolutely dynamic leader, great partner, and additionally a true champion of equity. And we have some real opportunities to do work together. But Twee, thank you for joining us tonight, and looking forward to hearing you share a little bit about Foothill with our board.
Thank you, Superintendent Austin, and thank you so much for making a point to come to visit Foothill College and to have this conversation. I think it speaks volume that you made a point to come to our college in your early part of your tenure, so I really appreciate that gesture also. And this was not on purpose, but I actually brought you lunchware. That is reusable, microwavable, and dishwashable, and it's to honor the food insecurity and homelessness awareness issues that we have at our college around service leadership. So you actually will each get one of the reusable. Again, I had no idea you were doing a video on it beforehand. My name is Twee Nguyen. I'm president of Foothill College, and I want to first of all say that 2 years ago I came to speak with you, and I see we have already a new board member. And I was once a student director of the Oakland Unified School District Board, so I tell you, you are really getting a great experience of local government, aren't you? Yes. That said, my goal here today is to first of all, tell you what's going on with Foothill College. Our partnership is really important because about 10 to 12% of Pali and Gunn students actually go to Foothill College, and it is the #1 destination actually for your high school students, your high school graduates. So this kind of partnership is really, really critical, and so I'm glad to be here. The other is also to give you an update of some interesting news, some polling that we have received, polling the community, and then also to ask you to be engaged in the conversation. So let's get started. We have last year celebrated our 60th anniversary, and for 3 years in a row, we have been named #1 community college for adult learners by Washington Monthly. We're very proud of that. And you probably have seen a lot of news about us, hopefully more so even lately. This is something that's very new at our college. Last year, we offered first-time, full-time college students free college, and we were able to pay a certain portion of their books. But this year, we have thanks to some funds from the state, but also some donations that were kicking in, we are offering free college, waive all fees, tuitions, registration fees, and we pay for all their books for 2 years. And so we're very proud of that. This is an initiative that has resulted in quite an uptick of students coming to our college. The other is, you'll also probably notice this is an ad that was in the Palo Alto Weekly along with other local papers, and it talks about our rankings being #1 online college in California. In fact, more than roughly 50% of our students are strictly taking classes online. And so we're very, very proud of the work we're doing around that. We're also #1 safest college and university, including, all the universities around us in the state of California, #2 in the country, safest. So I know that's very important to parents, and I'm very proud of our ranking around that. Students are actually able to take online degrees, strictly online, 39 degrees, just from through Foothill. And I mentioned our service leadership effort. This is an effort on our part to really recognize that when students come to us, it's not just about getting a degree, but really harnessing their leadership voice and the leadership skills through the service of others. And so this is one of the highlighted activities where our students did a lot of lobbying awareness around student homelessness. You may have noticed or heard about the overnight parking lot bill. It was due to their advocacy statewide. It was Foothill students. So I'm very proud of them, and I want to honor their work. We also go to, this past summer, we went to 6 different countries. And in fact, one of the countries we went to in terms of service is Guatemala, and helping to build an elementary school. We are now going back to it and starting a teacher's corps where Foothill students can still be full-time students, but actually taking classes online, but actually teaching in Guatemala. So Philippines, Honduras, Malaysia, Ireland, and Ecuador are some of the other countries. This is a transfer video, and I hope you can hear and see it.
So Foothill has made me become a much better student. In high school, I wasn't really that good, but when I came to Foothill, I really changed my life. I found my motivation. The teachers were amazing.
And Foothill has been a great experience. It's like one of the greatest decisions I've made for myself.
I came to Foothill really unsure of my major and what I wanted to do in my life, and I ended up meeting people here who are so wonderful. My professors, the counselors, the psychological services, the DRC, and everyone helped me move towards what I wanted to do.
Foothill's awesome, and I had a great time, and it was definitely a great choice, and I'm so glad that I came to Foothill.
My experience at Foothill, really changed how I view community colleges. I wasn't the most excited person to come here, but I feel like everything in my life has changed for the better, and I've just met a bunch of faculty that really pushed me and gave me individual care. And so I'm going to transfer to UC Santa Barbara to study economics and hoping to start my business from there.
I'm transferring to Stanford University. I'm going to transfer to UCLA. I'm super excited to go to UCLA because I feel like Foothill really prepared me, and I got a lot of tools in my toolbox.
Now I want to go to UC Berkeley and become a lawyer someday, and hopefully change the world.
And this fall I'll be transferring to UC Berkeley as a chemical engineering major and hopefully getting a master's or a PhD afterwards.
I think Foothill was the greatest experience I could have had, and going into Stanford, I'm so glad that I was at Foothill and I had my time here and met amazing students and incredible teachers, and I'm just really glad that I was able to have that experience.
This year, Stanford enrolled nationally 20 students from community colleges, 3 from Foothill. Last year, Stanford enrolled 21 students nationally, 3 also from Foothill. The young lady that you saw, she is from Mountain View High School. She even wrote an article in their paper around how, you can't really think of the stigma sometimes that community colleges have and really go to the beat of your own drum. And she did, and she found Foothill to be an incredible experience for her, and she wrote in the school newspaper, even though she was starting Stanford this year. So we're very proud of our transfer. Foothill and De Anza district alone has the highest transfers to the UC system. So we're very proud of our transfer record. We also support all students. So we also support a large number of student veterans. We have more than 600 student veterans at Foothill College each year. You may have started to see this ad. We got gold stars from the state for our career technical programs. And these are programs, you get a gold star only if you have high employment from students right after, and also in livable wage jobs. And so we're very proud we have the largest number of gold stars of community colleges in the Bay Area. And one of the things that we are discovering with some of the survey that we did in the community is that we are discovering that definitely the community knows about us and recognize our track record and recognize our innovation. Foothill College actually 23 years ago was the first community college to offer online education in the state, and we believe also in the country. That was 20-some years ago, and that innovation is still with us. We have a very diverse student body, and just the high quality of the education and our high graduation rates. For families, this is a really big deal, just how much they are saving by coming to us. 5 times the cost if they went to a UC system. And so as you can see just how cheap, and already with that, we are able to offer free college to students. These are the things that our community, through some survey, they identified what they recognize about us. It's almost to the point where, what else is there? And it is because I think our community really recognized the community college and Foothill College. We particularly got some great feedback from our community around just some of the things that they particularly highlighted for our job training program. And like I said, we serve all students. This is what I love about Foothill College and our mission. We accept the top 100%. And we are the first choice, second choice, and last chance for many students. And that is why the passion, and I know your superintendent is also quite passionate about community college education, and it's for that very reason. So these are the priorities we saw the community tell us: to keep education affordable, to make sure that we have good job training and workforce preparation. The transfer is still very important to the community. And what was interesting very recently is also the community is recognizing that we need to help address the issue of hunger and student homelessness. 19% of our students during a recent survey said that they were homeless in the past year. That is, they're living in their cars, couch surfing, what have you. You have stories of students who are coming out to their family when they go to college and they're kicked out. You have stories of students, rent goes up, couldn't afford it anymore, now living in a car. So, and you even have stories of students on reserve with the military and is homeless and living in their car, and only when called to active duty during winter break is able to then get housing through the military barracks. These are real stories, and they're not the kind of typical, the way you see or think, unfortunately, about homelessness. They are students first and foremost, many of them going full-time while being homeless. And so the community was telling us we need to address that issue too, and I appreciate our community for that. So here is where my ask of you. We've asked the community, but we need to ask the community leaders. And so you are the community leaders, you are the voice of the community, and very much important to us. And so we ask you to fill out this very simple form, and for members of the viewing audience, you can go to that website and be able to fill it out too. It's very quick, very easy. It gives us a real snapshot of whether or not we're doing the right thing and what our priorities should be. So that is the essence of my presentation, but I also want to seize the opportunity to thank you for the Equity Minute, to thank you for the engagement. I am still very interested in creating a law pathway program for if you wish to reboot your AVID program. at Pally and maybe even at Gunn to do it with the law pathway program. I'm a lawyer by trade, and I helped design a 2+2+3 law pathway. And with dual enrollment, as Dr. Conaway will tell you, the research has shown dual enrollment closes racial equity gaps. So let us be a partner with you if we can help resurrect, reboot your AVID program. And through that, you have 9 law schools: Berkeley, Davis, LA, Irvine, USC, USF, Santa Clara, Pepperdine, Loyola. They all have signed special agreements if we do this pathway. So enter in partnership. I'm still, putting my hands out for that partnership because the research has shown dual enrollment has that racial equity power, and we can do it really well with you. So with that said, I congratulate you for the racial equity conversations you're having, the student members for pointing out that even the advisory is not racially diverse. Hats off to you for being conscientious about that. So with that said, any questions or comments?
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Let's start with Mr. Drop. I'm gonna jump to you because Ms. Peyton Caswell is sleeping.
I want to thank you for the presentation. Briefly, I'm very, very supportive of any initiatives or relationships that broaden pathways for success for our students and increase the supports that we have for our most underserved and struggling students.
Yes.
And so, well, as well as sort of decimating the stigma that goes around with non-traditional paths or students sort of carving their own path that works best for them. And especially in this district, that's something we need more of. So I hope that we continue to develop the relationship that we have with Foothill, especially with respect to dual enrollment and middle college, to increase the support for our students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Dauber.
Thank you for coming. I
it's good
remember
to see you.
2 years ago when you came. I think the community college system is one of California's great assets, and I think Foothill is a tremendous asset to the community, and I appreciate the work that you're doing. I appreciate your coming to share it with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Collins.
Yeah, I remember you coming 2 years ago, too, because it's hard to forget.
Yes.
And I had the chance to visit with you in your office afterwards, which I really enjoyed. You answered the question that I had written down right at the end, but it wasn't the answer that I was hoping to hear, in that dual enrollment to me is a missed opportunity for us. And it's one that we have not exploited, given the fact that we have, by all accounts, the #1 community college in California, if not the world.
By all accounts.
By all accounts, literally, and clearly the #1 leader, literally in our backyard. The idea that we're missing the opportunity on dual enrollment is, that's a big miss. So I think I didn't know what the status of our dual enrollment relationship with you was. Sounds like it needs a reboot or some kind of, or a boot. I don't know if there's even a it may just be a boot. But I really encourage our staff to take, we have the president of the university here offering her support and ready to go. So I hope that we can take advantage of that, because I do think that's a big opportunity for schools like ours.
To just clarify one point, we do have a relationship and we do have students in dual enrollment. But what we're talking about and what's really exciting is a pathway which is, it's a more beneficial, focused unit of moving through. But we do have students in dual enrollment. I don't know the exact number of credits. I know we have that number somewhere. We'll get it to you. But what we're talking about is making it much more powerful. And I think that's the exciting part moving forward.
The superintendent is absolutely right. We, in fact, during the superintendent's tenure, even though it has been just only a little over a year, we actually entered into a dual enrollment agreement with the school district. The dual enrollment in general for the district has increased. In fact, Foothill College alone, our dual enrollment for all our districts have increased over 50%. And it's because I've been championing this whole notion of it's just a smart, imagine, and as the superintendent said, what is special about my comment is the pathway is creating actually not just dual enrolled series of classes, but an actual pathway to law school if the student wishes to go. And so that is the kind of exciting thing that I hope with the AVID program, particularly for students of color, and the notion of law and social justice, I think could be a real excitement for the community. And it elevates the AVID program because it's, a pathway to some pretty prominent law schools. So I'm excited about the superintendent has expressed a lot of interest in that. So, to be fair, he even encouraged me to even say that today. So I appreciate that. Right, Superintendent?
You just gave away my secret that I prompt people occasionally, so thank you.
I don't want to get you in trouble.
It's all
I
right.
got your back.
We're still friends. It's all good.
Hug it out.
Okay, are we over here at our students? Mr. Gordon, do you have anything to add?
I do. It seems like we really are heading in the right direction and have been for the last couple years. And I'd like to see it really continue. There's not much that I would want to change about my high school experience, but this is one of them. I would have loved to been a part of it, of the dual enrollment process, seen how it works. And I think it would have changed a lot about my perspectives sitting up here, just seeing that pathway. Would have been very, very wonderful, but I'm very fortunate that other students are getting that chance and will continue to in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Tang?
Yeah, I actually know a couple of my friends that are actually enrolled in, I think, the dual enrollment. I think it's middle college. I'm not sure. Yeah, I know a lot of students, and I've actually seen in recent years, just in general, a lot more students going in that pathway, and I think it's a much more affordable option too. So that's exciting. I just had an idea about how to maybe publicize kind of just the option of community college or like advocate for it more. I know that Gunn and Pally, we always do like college fairs throughout the year, and I just looked through the list, and I don't think community colleges like De Anza, Foothill are there, at least for last year. And I think that would be a good idea. At least there are like 100 or something colleges there, and I think having local options would be amazing.
Very good.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think I agree with all my colleagues that having this treasure in our backyard is just wonderful. I'm so glad that we are sort of increasing our work with you in a variety of ways. At some point, I'd love to talk to you about ethnic studies, but we can do that offline soon.
Oh, very nice.
But thank you for coming, and thank you for the work that you do. And I look forward to more and more pathways and opportunities for our students.
I'll pass this out along to the members of the public, and maybe the board clerk can collect it afterwards, and your lunchware.
Great. Thank you. Fill out those gift forms, disclosures. Okay, MTSS 4F.
Yes. We're
Oh, wait a minute, I'm sorry. I have a card from Meb Steiner that came in after we had already had our, I'm so sorry, Meb. Come on up, Meb. Oh, good. You too.
So I am so thrilled that we had this presentation, and thank you so much for coming and sharing all the wonderful stuff at Foothill. I cannot tell you how much of a fan I am of Foothill and, community college experience in general, but specifically Foothill, both on a personal level, but also for what it means for our school. Quickly, personally, when we emigrated here in 1967, my mom took classes at Foothill Community College, including like accounting, and she became a small business owner. She also took French, just because she wanted to take French. I took classes, some of my gen ed sort of requirements while I was at Stanford, saved us some money. My daughter did the middle college program. It was the best choice for her. She then went on to complete her bachelor's and her master's degree in nursing at University of San Francisco, graduating with honors after struggling in high school a little bit. It was absolutely wonderful for her. I, to this day, audition and do shows at Foothill Community, at the theater program they have there, which is open to everyone. It is just a jewel of a school, a jewel of a college. Its setting is unbelievably beautiful. And the diversity on the campus is incredible. So many international students and people who work and older people and younger people. And it's just an incredible, incredible college. I cannot speak highly enough of it. For our school, I also want to give a shout out, not only for the dual enrollment, not only for the opportunity for kids to do that through the middle college program or take courses over the summer or get involved in that way, or use the facilities for sports. They have athletics, they have everything. But I really want to give a big shout out to Foothill for the support for our post-secondary program for our kids in special ed who go on to Foothill Community College. They take classes there, they're part of the campus up there, and they are welcomed there. And I really think that if we look at what Foothill offers, it takes away so much stress. The teachers are amazing. What they do there is teach. It's not a research university, they teach. And there's vocational opportunities, there's certificates you can get, you can transfer to a 4-year, you can pursue virtually anything you're interested in. And if it's not offered there, it's offered at De Anza. And you know, their automotive program is incredible, their theater program is incredible, their computer tech, their law program, so many things, their early childhood development. It's just on. And I really believe we need to emphasize it. I think it allows students to see that there are other choices than just trying to get into the top 10 Ivy League schools, and that there are many, many paths to success. Thank you.
That was very well timed. Thank you, and I'm sorry I skipped over you. Now we are moving on to 4F. And we'll take a break after that. I'm getting some texts asking me about this. So let's get through MTSS, and then we'll take a break. Really? You're right. Can we take a break?
Right
You
on.
just get up and go.
I'm just going to turn this over to Ms. Conway to frame up and make the introductions tonight.
Great. Okay, before I introduce Hillary, our MTSS coach, I wanted to remind everyone that one of our major equity goals is to intervene early when students are presenting with problems that impact their learning. That includes academic, behavioral, social, emotional, and attendance issues. And what we found is we do have the resources, and to a certain extent, we do have some of these, kind of systems in place. What we don't have is a cohesive framework, and MTSS offers us an opportunity to really pool our resources under one umbrella so that we are more effectively addressing some of the concerns. I want both the board and community to understand that the basic tenets of MTSS it's not just one thing. It's not a curriculum. It's not an approach. It really is a way of looking at how we use our data to provide really good, clear support and resources for students. So I'm going to show you a video just to give you a quick snapshot of what MTSS is. And I'm going to apologize up front because it's a little bit cheesy, but it will actually get down to the really basic core tenets of MTSS. So if you'll go ahead and play the video.
California's multi-tiered system of support is a framework designed to help districts and schools address each and every student's academic, behavioral, and social-emotional needs. MTSS realigns numerous state, regional, county, district, school, community, and family resources to provide all students challenging and motivating coursework, along with the opportunity to learn in the most inclusive and equitable learning environments possible. As part of that, proven existing programs like positive behavioral intervention and supports, restorative practices, and response to intervention have been integrated into MTSS. In short, it's about taking all the best practices and resources built up over the years and streamlining them so that every student can benefit from all the tools at educators' fingertips. Let's break this down a little bit more. At its core, MTSS uses proven, evidence-based priorities and practices to provide universal support to all students. But we know some students behave and learn differently and may require supplemental support in certain areas. Finally, a few students may need even more intensified support to meet their needs. Oh, come on. These levels of support are available to all students. For example, a student might be doing great academically, but need additional support in social emotional development, or vice versa. Or maybe they only need additional support with learning and math. The system is flexible to what each student requires, and educators will be constantly assessing where their pupils are in each key area. So, what kind of impact can a multi-tiered system of support have? Well, schools can use the MTSS framework to increase attendance, lower dropout and disciplinary rates, improve school climates, and boost academic performance. Because MTSS builds on the strengths of each school's staff and signature programs, it won't necessarily look the same at each school. But common features include collaboration, the use of data, differentiated instruction, and targeted interventions that kick in before a school or student is failing. MTSS is now being scaled up statewide, marking an important step in California's drive for continuous improvement. We hope you'll be a part of this movement, ensuring the success of all students.
I did warn you, didn't I? Okay, all right, just so we're clear. So our first step in this MTSS journey was to really understand what's really in practice now. That was harder than you would imagine. There are certain schools that are in a place where they've started strong RTI practices, others who have not started at all. There are some schools who have some PBIS practices in place, other schools who have not started at all. So what Hillary will be explaining is where we plan to start our implementation and the steps she's taken up until now to get us up and rolling. Hillary?
All right, thanks, Lana. Good evening, board. Thank you for sitting through that video so we can all get our framework in. So what are we doing in year one? It really boils down to data collection, foundation building, and pilot work. First, we've been digging into the data, shoring up documentation of discipline referrals and elementary RTI practices, as well as creating common vocabulary around components of multi-tiered systems of support. We need to know and understand what exactly is happening at schools in all the areas of MTSS before coaching for change. Through this process, we're creating buy-in across the district so that MTSS is supported system-wide. During these process, I've been working closely with 2 elementary and 2 middle schools, and that will continue to implement components of positive behavior interventions and supports, with the goal of expanding each year. Each of these 4 schools have created teams to focus on positive behavior, and depending on their specific needs, have all made progress in implementing strategic steps toward decreasing behavior referrals and suspensions. Additionally, MTSS work has been happening at many other sites in all the different domains, as we've been conferring with principals, school psychologists, reading specialists, and teachers to support positive behavior strategies and continue the effort to support tiered academic implementation that's already been going on at these schools. While these aren't our focus schools, movement is happening across the district. I've collaborated with an academic TOSA, Nicole Manu, and tech guru, who I see in every meeting, Sarah Fattenroy, as the district rolls out this year's newly improved RTI tiered support documents and dyslexia screeners. We've worked with the REA department to find the best way to collect data, with Santa Clara County Office of Education to gain resources for implementing positive behavior interventions and supports. And we've co-facilitated and participated in various professional learning opportunities around equity and positive behavior. These are just a few of the activities around this year's strategy of data collection, foundation building, and pilot work. While we will continue to work with all that was discussed above, as we talked about earlier during the equity minute, we have shifted our discussion to target a single middle school as a pilot that all the components of MTSS will begin implementation in unison. This work will require cross-district support and already has buy-in from the site's administrative team. In the next 3 to 4 years, we will continue to grow the MTSS structure while reinforcing our foundation that was created this year. The scope will include a rollout for all schools, including all MTSS components, SEL curriculum and instruction, intentional lesson development through Universal Design for Learning, PBIS, school and family collaboration, and RTI. Depending on where schools are in the work, they will all be focused on strengthening various components with the end goal of full implementation. In addition to the list of tasks needed to implement in order to see a difference for our students, top leadership must consistently reinforce the value of this framework, provide support through training and coaching, and evaluate accordingly with ongoing support from the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Hillary.
Thank you.
Okay.
That it? Do you have anything else?
That's it.
Okay. We have one comment card, Kimberly Ang Lee.
Kimberly Ang Lee. I care about the well-being of all kids, and while I hope to optimize, not maximize, opportunities for all students, I'll speak specifically for those in legally protected classes. From the introductory memo to this topic, PAUSD has historically had trouble with implementing, sustaining, and evaluating multiple initiatives at the same time. Initiatives like RTI, dyslexia, UDL, special education, mental health, bullying, suicide prevention, restorative practices, Common Core, trauma-induced practices. Initiatives that have been implemented or adopted without recognizing the potential for redundancy, misalignment, and ineffective implementation. In business, we call that contingency planning. So are we going to design for students or staff? Are we student-centric? We have new transparency on the dramatic gaps in subgroups, which brings awareness. But what actions can we expect so we don't have the same result? With the hiring of our part-time MTSS coordinator, it's good to see something happening, but as a board, can you ask for more information about RTI? What's detailed for year one is very PBIS and elementary heavy, but we know full well that unexpected behavior is a communication, a cry for help, discomfort, or distress, likely but not exclusively because of one's academic identity. So how are we going to systematically problem solve, monitor, coach, and contingency plan for different learners at all grades? Hillary and I are meeting tomorrow, actually, but please tell the community more about what's in practice now and what's in store. As our elected officials, we need you to ask smart questions, track the promises, and know if there are specific plans in place. Otherwise, the community is put in a position of doing the asking. How does the introduction of MTSS make us hone our practices and our programs? How will we use the data and design to know whether it's teachers teaching or students that are being taught? In the absence of a clear, system-wide, data-driven framework, PAUSD cannot ensure that its initiatives related to equity, achievement, and the student experience will result in expected outcomes. So as a board, are you satisfied with hearing about good progress, or also asking good questions about the needed resources and the anticipated roadblocks? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dauber.
I appreciate the presentation. I appreciate the fact that you're working with the community and meeting with the community. Thank you.
Mr. Collins. Mr. Drop.
Thank you for the presentation. The one question I had was, how do we ensure that there is sufficient professional development in place so that our teachers are properly equipped to roll this out, and then make sure that as a district we ensure there's a level of consistency for our students?
That is a great question, and something that we're definitely working on. Every thought goes into the entire system as we're trying. Also keeping in mind that this is a framework, and a lot of these practices are already in place. It's really just about shoring up what's happening and making it more systematic. So it's not necessarily about starting from the beginning and needing to do professional learning about all of these components. It's pinpointing which schools and which teachers need and which staff members need what kind of support, and being able to strategize around that.
Ms. Ching.
No comments.
Ms. Stewart.
Nothing, thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm glad to see that there is a comprehensive approach that's taking place. In your report, you included some links, and I did some digging around in them. And it was really nice to see the way that the CDE is framing up this MTSS work. It was very aligned with how you are framing it up. So I appreciate the overarching sort of parallel there. I guess my one question, well, I think for a while now, we've been happy with a lot of progress that's been being made at elementary schools with RTI, and it's been a little more concerning at the secondary level how those kids are identified and supported. And I don't know if we have this answer tonight, but I would like us to really keep thinking about, obviously we can't go everywhere all the time, but given that for a long time, secondary MTSS, RTI has been a big concern, how we're focusing on that, or how we're balancing our resources and our attention on elementary versus secondary. So I don't know if there's an answer there. I get, it's something that I just think we have to really keep paying attention to and make sure that we don't just keep making elementary better and not really do some significant work at secondary that it feels like we need.
Absolutely, and I think that's where we're looking at doing most of our piloting at Fletcher as a secondary. That's where we're looking at doing Fletcher as a secondary school, so we can really start to dig into that and then be able to replicate it across.
So is that purposeful, that because of the MTSS and the equity work, that both of them are Fletcher, or, okay?
Well, yes, partly, but Fletcher's principal came on board with the PBIS work way early, which is one of the other reasons why it was, it was an easy pick for us, because she was already on board with some elements of this.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Why don't we take a 5-minute break and come back at 8:47? Sometimes you got to get down to it. Okay, let's get started again. It is 8:48, and we are moving on to the staff housing item. Dr. Austin.
All right, before I turn this over to Dr. Golton, I just want to remind the board that this is not a proposal. It's not even a soft sell. This is just an information item because it would be probably be a mistake for us to not fully understand the idea of staff housing. And this is not a one-shot presentation. If we choose to continue the conversation, we'll bring it back. I would imagine quite a few times, and Dr. Golton will talk about how many times and the length of time most school districts spend on this topic. So, Dr. Golton, you've got it.
Thank you. By the way, we have a pool on how long the board meetings are going to last. Maybe I shouldn't tell about that. But the fact remains, I chose 8:48.
You were wrong.
Okay.
Is that the halfway mark?
Okay, so let me tell you what this presentation is. We like to go to movies, my wife and I. If you go to movies, you can see a 2-minute and 30-second trailer, and then after that, you can research it and do whatever, and then plow in and watch a 2.5 hour movie. You're seeing this very brief trailer that may give you a notion of whether or not you're interested in even pursuing this item further. So with that, this goes by a lot of names: staff housing, workforce housing, employee housing, teacher housing, so on and so forth. However, when the newspapers report it, you've got to dig further because generally they say teacher housing. And so the fact remains that there were two kind of landmark projects. Project number one was Santa Clara Unified's project that started in 2002 and was eventually 70 units. And the next was San Mateo Community College District, started in 2005. They have 3 campuses. Actually, they're just starting the 3rd campus now. I've provided you a list of school districts with projects. This is kind of a list that I put together. It's not exhaustive. There's some, I'm sure there's some left off. The Bay Area is the rich vein of these sorts of projects. How come? Because this housing is in tremendously high demand. I have residential housing, and I rented out an apartment over the weekend, and every single person there in San Francisco, guess what they do? They work for a startup. They're in tech. They're doing this, that, and the other thing. So the fact remains, I've given you a list of districts. There are all kinds of ways of doing teacher housing. For instance, San Mateo High School District is been talking for about 3 years. Yeah, which is about average, incidentally. And their notion is to maybe sell half of a closed-down high school site and use the other half for housing. Close to us, Mountain View Wisman, there's like a 700-unit developer-built building in going up in that school district, and they're going to get, no, not as a gift, but they're going to buy into over 100 units of that. Jefferson High School District, that's going to be my big example to run through. They're building 4 stories, 120 units on a closed-down high school site. The one I like the best is San Lorenzo Valley, because what they're doing is they are remodeling actual classrooms on a closed-down site. So get the image of one of our elementary schools, and guess what? We're going to change it into teacher housing. So the fact remains, there are all varieties of this. And by the way, this is a subject that I really like looking at. How come those last 2 are in bold? Answer, because here are 2 more that have just popped up. East Side, which is building 100 units and is planning to do a pure, how can you finance these things? Well, one way is you do debt, certificates of participation. debt that is literally backed by the general fund. You've got an advantage because you can rent for less because, well, you're getting the real property for free. It's yours. And so East Side's is 100 units, $65 million. San Jose Unified has a couple of sites in mind and some severe resistance from citizens in San Jose. If you put this off for 2 more weeks, guess what? There'd be a couple more. You read about these things all the time. For instance, what the headline in the paper today was, well, it's a housing, pure housing. Apple currently is saying they're throwing $2.5 billion into housing. Facebook, about a week and a half ago, announced their $25 million to send into that project at 231 Grant Avenue. There are also human interest items like the teacher who lives in Sacramento, gets up at 3:30 in the morning so that she can drive to San Francisco at 4 in the morning. Traffic is great at 4 in the morning. And then she parks in a locked school district lot and naps in her car for 2 hours and then teaches class. So at any rate, this is in the news. It's everywhere, and frankly, it's really interesting. I wrote about Joe Simidian's project, and you know about that, and so I'll leave that alone. But with Sarah's help, Sarah's so terrific and gets embarrassed when people mention her, I'll talk about Jefferson School District. So here's our case study. Jefferson School District, yes, this is the way it's going to look. Whoops, go back, Sarah. Jefferson School District, that's the way it's going to look. It's 4 stories and 120 units. Next. So why are they doing this? You've got to figure out, by the way, you need to figure out a reason for doing this, because without that, we're getting into a whole other kind of enterprise that doesn't have a purpose. So what are their reasons? High turnover rate, difficulty hiring, so with the turnover rate, you're constantly reinvesting in training and professional development, and difficult to establish and maintain effective collaborative teams. Interest, they did a survey. We did a survey. No surprise, right? Teachers would like to live closer, and a number of them would be interested in housing that is subsidized in part by the school district. Next slide. This housing, this is the configuration that they've got. 120 units, blending of 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and 3 bedroom units. They want approximately 50% of market rate. There are others that are at 70%. You can set the target the way you want. Next slide. Here's a picture of those 2 projects. The Santa Clara project and the Canada, and it's the same school district, Canada and CSM. By the way, when I initially talked to Jefferson some time ago, I said, so what did you do? And they said, we just copied College of San Mateo's. Next slide. So this is the picture. It has, it's the upper parking lot of that school, and they're aiming for fall 2021. They're actually doing this fast. They've been just plowing right through this. Next slide. There's more to this, by the way. It's not, you can't just have 122 units of housing. You do need these other kinds of things. And so you can see playgrounds, you can see community room, you can see a fitness room, common workspace. You can, oh, yeah, and a laundry on each floor. Next. And then we'll go right through, you can page through these. 1, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom. Okay, details. So what happens? You obviously don't want people coming here after you built your housing and saying, my toilet is stopped up and a plumber hasn't been there for 2 days. Okay, and so what you do is you create an employee housing board. they mention other districts. I went to, by the way, I like this because it's real estate. I love real estate. And so the fact remains, I went to their organizational meeting with their employee housing board they were going to set up. As far as this housing board is concerned, guess who was there? The superintendent of schools was there, the board president was there, the bond manager was there, the CBO was there. And so it's not like you can just leave this alone. Why could, how could you leave it alone? This is like an $80 million investment in a field that you don't really have expertise in. So you can't say, go to it. You're gonna need to be involved. So at any rate, look at the things they're determining. They're determining the eligibility and the process for applying. They're determining how many units are allocated. How are you gonna do that? Lottery, priorities. They're determining the length of stay. One of the really super interesting things to me is the notion that you would give people time to save up so that they could buy a house in your community. So what you would be doing is you'd be bringing teachers and classified employees on board, and you'd be saying, save up for the next 7 years, and then when you can't be here anymore because your length of stay is 7 years, you'll be able to buy a house in Palo Alto. So at any rate, there's that. There's that. By the way, you're not going to run this property yourself. It talks about a third-party property management, and you're going to get a property management firm. And incidentally, it won't be a property management firm that works with school districts. There are plenty of property management firms out there that are managing 80 and 100 unit properties, and so it'll be easy to get one. By the way, when it's built, we're not going to DSA. We don't have to go to DSA. There'll be no reason to go to DSA. And the architects that are hired aren't going to be school architects. They're going to be builders that build commercial and residential property. Next. They're getting $61 million. They passed a bond in June of 2018, first housing bond in the state, bond for teacher housing. And the remaining funds will be borrowed from the district and paid back over time through the rents collected. Incidentally, I went to a meeting in I do like doing this. I went to a meeting of the South San Francisco School Board, and one of the things that they were really worried about was this structure and what is the, I guess, risk as far as the general fund is concerned if it could happen suddenly in the future that there's not this kind of demand. Next. And that's it.
Thank you. This is for later, right? Okay, let's go with Mr. Drop.
Thank you, Dr. Galton. I continue to think that staff housing is a beneficial idea. But we talk a lot about retention and attraction of teachers and staff. And, I think we should kind of focus a little bit in a different area because, that's something that is certainly something to look at. But as we've heard, we don't necessarily have a retention and attraction program problem here. People want to work here, and we're doing kind of well in that regard. So if we're really looking at what the need is for teacher housing, or rather what the value add of staff housing would be, I think it's beneficial for us to sort of expand a little bit more and look at what else that would bring to the district. As Mr. Collins actually pointed out at the property subcommittee meeting, there are a whole host of other reasons than retention and attraction that would support staff housing. We know that there are a lot of initiatives we have that move the needle, and some move the needle in a big way and some move the needle in a small way. And we've also heard that things like engagement with students and families is one way we move the needle on equity and achievement. We know that stronger, safer, more supportive communities is a way we move the needle on social emotional wellness. And this is a situation where anecdotally, when teachers can stay later, they can do a better job of engaging certain students. They can do a better job of building that safer environment. We heard from a community member who was pointing out that there is no place on green after 3 o'clock for her daughters to be. These are examples of big ways that environments can be changed for individuals, and that goes a long way to moving the needle a little bit. So I'm very supportive. There are 3 points that I'd like to see for a further meeting, further study. One of them is, I'd like to hear whether or not my sort of anecdotal thoughts are in any way supported by evidence. I would like to see staff maybe study the issue of, is this going to bring tangible benefits to our students in the ways that I've described? In the other districts where this has been done, is there evidence, are there studies that show, is there some way we can say that, yes, this is going to be beneficial for our students in ways other than retention and attraction? That's something that I think would be very helpful to see. The second is feasibility. As you pointed out, Dr. Golden, this is going to be very burdensome on staff because this is something that we've never done before, and really nobody's done it before, at least in the long term. So we don't want to be in a situation where we are now dedicating all of our resources and staff time to this project and then taking away from all the other ways in which we're actively trying to move the needle. So what is a way that we might be able to balance that? Is it possible? And if so, how might we go about doing that? And the third is the cost. I think it would be helpful to see maybe alternative funding models, other ways that we might be able to fund a project like this. So those are my 3 areas that I would find helpful in determining whether or not to move forward. Again, I'm very supportive of the idea, but again, I wouldn't vote on something unless we really have solid grounds to do it, and those are the 3 sort of gaps right now in my knowledge. So thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Dauber.
Color me skeptical, Dr. Golden. I appreciate Mr. Drop's comments. I think there's a motivation question. Jefferson Union had apparently a pretty serious recruitment and retention problem that motivates their interest in this project and their willingness to undergo the costs. I don't believe that we have a similar problem, and so don't have that motivation. I don't think that starting from the idea that teacher housing is a good idea and trying to reverse engineer motivations to do it is a productive use of staff time. So I would rather start with the problem and then look for a solution rather than the other way around. I think if recruitment and retention is a problem, I would rather take a look at that problem and understand what the range of possible solutions is to it before settling on a solution that I think has a huge amount of complexity and dedication of district resources to it. I appreciate, Dr. Galton, your sort of transparency on the topic of staff attention, because I think that one of the scarcest resources that we have is the focus and attention of our staff and senior staff. So it's concerning to me to hear that the superintendent and the CBO and other senior district staff might have to devote their time in an ongoing way to managing this sort of activity, because I want those folks to be focused on things that bring direct educational benefit to students. When Dr. Austin gets to his office, I want him to be thinking about student education, not about rental agreements and how to allocate apartments to staff. So I think we would have a pretty big, we'd have to have a pretty big motivation to want to devote that to it. And another sort of concern I have is that this is, in the very nature of this, is that it's an employee benefit. Subsidized housing is compensation, essentially. It essentially puts dollars in the pockets of some employees. It seems to me that we wouldn't want to do that. First of all, we'd want to think about that in terms of our overall compensation strategy, because we'd be putting dollars in the pockets of some employees and not others. But we'd also want to be doing this in the context of collective bargaining. That's the framework that we use to understand how to work with our employees on, issues of compensation and salary and so forth. So it's really hard for me to see how we would have an employee benefit of this magnitude that wasn't being handled in the context of collective bargaining. And to sort of allocate that to an employee housing board or to a board that had some representation from folks across the community, rather than doing it in a collective bargaining process, seems to me like a really problematic step to take. However that ended up, it would also engage us in a whole lot of discussion and conversation about how to do it. So that's why I'm colored skeptical, is because I think that there's a lot of cost and I'm not seeing the benefit. In everything else being equal, if, I think the benefits that Mr. Drop points out are real, having folks live in the community and so forth, but I just don't see those as anything like compelling enough to justify us going down this road in a serious way at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Collins.
Thank you for that thoughtful and very useful presentation. A couple thoughts. One is, along the lines of Mr. Dauber just said, like so many things we see, it isn't a matter of, is this a good thing or a bad thing? This is definitely a good thing. It brings lots of benefits. It would be a wonderful project to undertake, which is why a lot of people are either doing it or thinking about it. On the other hand, it comes with both financial and even more time and attention costs. And so it's a question of how do we balance these competing goods? Should we spend our time on this, or should we spend our time on other initiatives like the ones we've heard about tonight? The one thing that strikes me about is, as Dr. Golton mentioned, the pressing need. If you go to Jefferson High School District, which is, Jefferson, it's an elementary district, right? At Jefferson Elementary.
Oh, this is the high school district.
Oh,
there
is
is an elementary district.
This is, okay, Jefferson, okay, good, Jefferson High School. Or you go to Mountain View Wisman, or you go to Santa Clara when they build their housing. One of the things that tied those places together is they had very challenging recruitment issues. Those were not high-paying districts, and Santa Clara is much higher paying now than they were when they built their project maybe 15, 17 years ago. And they had real recruiting and retention issues. And this was a very highly leveraged way to get at improving education in their district by recruiting and retaining teachers in a way that was differentiated from other districts without having to come up with more dough. So they had surplus land, but they didn't have money, so they figured out a way to use this model to basically create compensation without funding. It was brilliant, and I give them enormous credit. But it's a different, but we have to map that to our situation where we do have money. We're one of the highest paying districts in the state. We're in an environment where it doesn't seem like our recruiting and retention is the same, have the same magnitude of difficulties. But I think nevertheless, we are at exactly where we'd want to be with something like this, where we have gotten an understanding of it and a familiarity at the board and staff level to the point where we now have the option to do it if we come to a time when we think it is the next big option that we should pursue. Because we don't have a recruiting and retention problem today, but we might next year or the year after or the year after that. But the good news is this option doesn't expire, right? We continue to have 525 San Antonio. All we'll get is more information about what other people have done and how that's worked and what they built that worked, what they did that worked, what they would do differently. Right now, as Dr. Golton mentioned, there are really only 2 projects in the entire Northern California to look at that are up and running and have had people living in them or have people living in them at all which is Santa Clara Unified and San Mateo Community College. So, you know, it'd be great to expand our set of references to something greater. So I think our position only improves with time. The other thing I'd mention is we do have another we're making another investment, or have the potential to make another investment to learn more, which is the county's project over on Grand Ave, which actually fits Mr. Dauber's description of a good project to a T, because we learn something and get some benefit without having to do, you know, some poor guy at the county has to spend his time going to those meetings and thinking of working on all those issues, so we can then reap the benefit with saying, hey, we've got 12 units or 24 units or however many units we have for potential housing over on Grand Ave. And so we can potentially learn something there without the investment and distraction. So I like that because it's cheap information, right? We invest a little, but we learn a lot. So I like the idea that we're learning about this. It may be that this becomes a very powerful lever in the future. So I'd like to keep us abreast of it. But at this point, in the calculus of where should we spend our time to improve education for our students, it doesn't feel like this is the next big thing we should invest in. So I'd be willing to put this on the side for a while and keep abreast as the world evolves and we can learn more. Thank you.
Mr. Gordon.
Thank you for the presentation. It's wonderful to see you, Mr. Golden. I miss our times over at the Coverly Community Center, sitting through those meetings together. I think that there's been a lot of discussion about the employee benefits that would be seen through staff housing and a lack of understanding of the student impacts that it has as well. I know through my 12 years at the district that the staff members that I've become closest to are members of my community and live locally. There's just a different connection that you feel when you see them at the football games on Friday nights and the water polo games as well. And even on the weekends, I see these staff members through friends of friends, and there's just something about being able to connect with those who are living around you, that you see them on campus. It's friendly faces that you know. It's a confidence booster really as a student. Whether that's a $60 million solution, not my decision to make, but it's still something that's really important to me and a lot of the people in our community, that seeing those staff members who live locally changes, the interactions that we get to have with them. So I encourage everybody to take that into account with some heart, that the students reap the benefits of the employees that live locally. And yeah, thank you.
Ms. Chang.
Yeah, I don't really know if I know enough about the topic to kind of really give a, comprehensive critique on it. But yeah, I agree. I guess like in the sense of what Ben was saying about supporting kind of more vulnerable students, like staying after school in that sense, I think that's the best value I see of having staff housing, more than the retention problem, more than all the other problems. And I agree. Like, I think there are other ways we can solve the same problem in probably more direct and explicit ways than kind of making teachers creating housing plans. I feel like there are better ways to integrate students in need and connecting them to teachers and support systems that doesn't require us to build houses. Again, I don't think it's a bad idea. I just don't know if that's worth the diversion of attention that everyone else has talked about. Yeah.
Thanks. Thanks so much for your report on this. I'm glad we're talking about it. I think it's important for us to be considering. I don't think, as Dr. Austin started with, there's no vote, there's no decision to be made now. It's just a report update, and I'm grateful for it. One question I have is, when we talk about the possibility of a feasibility study, what does that look like? How much does it cost? How intensive is it? How much time does it take? I don't know if that's an answer that you know, or if that's, well, it depends on how big of a feasibility study we do.
Well, let me say a few things about that. I think a big first question, and I said that, is the fact that it has a cost, because you're throwing in the 2.7 acres that, I don't know. We don't have an appraisal because we're not interested in selling it, whatever. Let's throw a number at it. It's worth $20 million. And if you build housing on it, then you're not going to be expanding Greendale or whatever for the next 50 years because you've used that property. So there's that. Another really interesting question is that we can approach is how many units can you actually put on that property? It's currently zoned R1. It would be nicer if it were zoned R15, which is up to 15 units per acre. So 15 times 2.7 is make it 40 units. Okay, it'd be nicer if it were zoned R30. But then of course the question is, where is the city in this equation? And where is the community in this equation? In San Francisco, by the way, there's a ballot measure in November which essentially fast tracks even housing built on PF land, public facilities land. But a question would be, how would the community be with having a seriously higher density? Incidentally, in our new Cubberley lease, there is going to be a provision that at least targets that the district will make a decision by December of 2021. But of course, if we don't, then we don't, and you can continue it on. So I think that's the big question for me is, and this is me, is how many units could you build on that property? Because if you can't do a lot of units, then you have this whole other problem of allocating them. If you can perhaps do 100 units on that property, that would be great. So that kind of study won't cost a lot of money. And one of the questions is, do you want to take that step, or do you want to wait a little bit and take it in the future? My intent here today wasn't to advocate, and not to advocate for it. It was like a lesson, Housing 101 lesson. So when you read about East Side and what they're doing, oh yeah, so we've talked about this.
I think that, listen, I was a public school teacher, and there were times I had a very short commute, and there were times I had a very long commute, and I was a different teacher, and that was not just true for me, that was true for everyone in my building, everyone in the school. And it allows you it doesn't mean you always go to the evening thing just because you live close, but you have the opportunity to, and it allows for a better work-life balance. So I think there's no doubt there. And it sounds like we are on similar pages in thinking about what are the pros and cons of all of this. I appreciate the work that we've done with Concordia because it's really given us some visions of what is possible on that property. And am grateful that we have the county property moving forward. So as Mr. Collins said, so we can see how that develops and the bumps in the road and the benefits and whatnot. We have also done a survey. I mean, I think we've done a lot of our homework in really understanding our current state and the possibilities. And I think that's the most important thing that we could have done to date. And keeping that could change over time, right? How many people really need housing or whatnot. I think we also have to keep in mind that if a lot of surrounding districts do build housing, then in several years we could find ourselves with a recruitment problem because we're the ones that don't have housing. We're not there right now. But I do think that over the past few years, we've laid a really great foundation for us to, as the issue arises over time, to make those decisions when we need to make them.
Can I make a couple of just quick comments? One is that as far as I understand it, with respect to Cubberley and 525 San Antonio, what we're agreeing to basically is if we know by December 2021 or whatever that date is, we'll tell them, not that we have to somehow make a decision by then, or it will be in violation if we don't have a decision by then. Is that right?
That is correct. And the purpose of that timing is because if we're going to do an infrastructure study for Cubberley, we were going to include that as part of the infrastructure, but there's not a penalty, there's no sanction. That was the purpose.
I see.
But but it sounds like if we're going to be doing infrastructure there, it is to our benefit to have made a decision as far as we can, I mean, whatever's reasonable, but to do infrastructure there for a school site and community center that doesn't include housing, and then a year later we decide we do want housing and the infrastructure is not sufficient, that would not have been a good decision.
Yeah, not necessarily. I think one of two things is going to happen. Either we're going to know quickly and there's going to be some energy around it and a defined purpose, and we're going to say it's looking likely, or we're going to say it's not in the near future. I don't think it's going to be a no, not now, but the next year we change our mind. I don't think there will be an event that will tip it overnight. I think we're going to have a really good sense here shortly.
And my second point is just, in terms of the Grant Avenue project, I'm a little concerned, and I think when we discuss actually, going forward with this, we should consider it, that we might be taking on many of the costs of engaging with this question. How do we govern this? What about collective bargaining and so forth, for a very small number of units. So we may be, we should carefully weigh the costs and benefits in that sense and see whether the learnings are worth it, or whether we want to observe others and then take those lessons for less cost. But that's a discussion for another day.
Okay, thank you. We are moving on to action items, and we are going to start with actually 2G, the ratification of Acknowledge Alliance Mental Health Service Contract. We had a community member ask to pull it, and I don't know if anyone, we have a card here. I don't know if any board member had any interest in talking to it, but can we have Faith Brigel come up? The very patient Faith.
Thank you for waiting.
Hi, I'm Faith Brigel. I'm a licensed clinical social worker and parent, and I see one of my former principals here. I believe that we need more information. I want to talk about, as I say, HIG. I believe that we need more information about the services that we receive from CASI and Acknowledge Alliance. Am I too loud?
Nope, perfect.
I sound loud to me. And the quality of services, specifically the assessment and outcome of students. We know the number of students that are seen, and we can see CASI and AA's own self-evaluation, but I think that we need a more thorough review of the services by the schools and/or the school district, since we are spending $1.5 million per year in total for both of them. And I think it also would be interesting to get more information about how there's the collaboration with the MTSS. I would want to know whether all the clinicians are experienced and licensed. I think that's really important. And I believe that actually we do have quite a few interns. I question that. I don't think they have the experience. It would be good to know if they're using the most current assessments and if they're addressing the students' needs. If the students have concerns regarding the counseling that they're getting, I'm wondering how do they get addressed? Have there been any presentations to the board by CASI and AA? I haven't heard of any, and I would love to know when the next one will be. I think that we need more thorough review of these expensive services in that they're serving our most precious beings, our students. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Colleagues, anybody have any questions or comments? Yep.
A couple quick things. One, thank you to the staff. I know there was a bunch of questions, some from me, some from others on this topic, and people really scrambled the jets over the weekend and pulled a lot of material together. That was very helpful in understanding kind of how these relationships have grown and changed over time. So I really appreciate that, and I felt like before I wasn't sure I was in a position to vote on this, but now I feel much better about that. The other thing is, I do think, I mean, there's no question that our investment in this these kind of services with these vendors has grown tremendously over the last 5 years. And I think that's great. I mean, if there's this is an area that I applaud the district for investing in. I think if we're going to make these kind of investments, we should get credit for it by talking about it. And I do think some of this was prior to Dr. Austin's and Ms. Hendricks' time, is like, I don't think this was fully discussed in a public way that everybody understood what was going on and how these vendors were changing their what their services and staffing levels. So I think it would be great to, at some point, have a kind of review of it so we can understand how mental health services and counseling services are delivered. I think that would be informative, certainly for me. I think for the community, I think it's an area that, again, it looks like we've invested a lot of money and time in delivering and improving the services. I mean, we're spending literally 10 times what we spent 5 years ago. And that's great. It would just be great to know more about it. So I'm prepared to vote for this. Are we going to treat it as an action item because it was on consent originally?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
No,
So,
we have to
but
approve it.
I would like to, at some time in the future, get a thoughtful review of what the services are. Thank you.
Mr. Drop.
Nothing more to add.
Okay, Mr. Dauber.
Yeah, my assumption, Dr. Austin, is that staff has, reviewed the performance of these vendors and is satisfied with the quality of the services that we're getting. Okay, I'm prepared to vote for this.
Students, Ms. Cheng? Fooled you, Mr.
Nothing.
No comment.
Okay. Yeah, I think so people know, if they weren't here last week, last meeting, we had a discussion about this. We have agreed to use their services over the course of this year, and this was literally the paying of the bill once we agreed to that. An evaluation of their services is certainly warranted, especially at a cost like this, and yet that's somewhat separate from this. This is just a ratification of the contract so that they can be paid for the services they're already providing. So we look forward to later in the year an update on exactly what the ask is there. So, okay, so let's take a vote, which we no longer have to do a roll call because Ms. Bain-Caswell is sleeping. But why don't we go with student board? Actually, let me ask you a question.
We need a motion, I think.
Right. Before we even do that, though, I would love to support them all in one go, unless there are separate comments on separate ones.
So I move that we ratify the CASI contract for elementary schools, CASI contract for secondary schools, and Alliance Mental Health for elementary schools, items G, H, and I on the calendar.
Is there a second?
A second.
Okay, we've got a comment card that relates to all of these. So if we can have Genevieve Dixon come up. A late edition card.
Hi, I'm Genevieve Pierre-Dixon, and I am the Wellness Coordinator at Gunn. So I am directly involved with CASI support as well as Aki support in the Stanford support we have at Gunn High School. I can speak definitely to the work that is done by our CASI staff and the dedication that they have to our students, not only in crisis, but even when they're doing well, to celebrate them. We talk a lot about going to plays and going to games and being integrated in the school system, and CASI has done a lot of that work. And we talk about MTSS and tiers of support. We are a tier 2 support. They definitely support tier 1 supports in reaching out to teachers and doing that counseling and support with them, and ways to support students in the classroom. And we also support tier 3 supports with our special ed department, and talking about bridging for therapeutic services and how we get students access to ERMs and other things like that. CASI has been it's an amazing service, and I'm really proud of the work that's been done, and that we do surveys with families and we check in with our students individually, and I have not had one student at all report having any difficulties with their therapist and the work and the counseling services they've been provided. And if there are complaints or things that happen, they all have my number, they connect with me, and I connect back with those families, and then connect back with our CASI system. The system that they have in place at the high schools is phenomenal. Having a site coordinator and then having 2 therapists on site is really helpful for us, and knowing the difference too of what an intern means. So in therapy and in the therapeutic world, interns are no longer used. Associate is the language that is used, and those are master's level therapists. These are people that have completed their master's program. They're working toward hours towards licensure. We have to get 3,000 hours. So there's a lot of work that's put into getting a license and what that looks like. And at Pali, they have a fully licensed staff there. At Gunn, we have our site coordinators licensed and myself that is licensed. It is a lot of work, and it's tremendous the amount of time that they have spent, the hours that they spend in collaboration with our teachers, with our staff, and with myself. It is really transformative to see the work that they have done, and I really wanted to be here until 9:30 to be able to really speak to the work that's done and to honor it and to understand that the money and the investment that's there is important, and only is it important, it is necessary to be able to support our students in the way that we have so far. So I truly appreciate the collaboration and the work that's been done with CASI and bringing them to our sites. They're always open, they're always there. When we have crisis, not only do they show up as our team members, Pali's team shows up. Our teams that are at the middle schools show up. Everyone is there, we collaborate as a team. We work hard to do the mental health work, and the need is great. And so I really wanted to make sure that I reiterated that here, and that we're happy to extend and provide more understanding about what's going on with our community. Thank you
so much. Thank you for staying late.
Yeah, thank you very much for that.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table to approve G, H, and I as stated. Student board members?
Aye.
Great. Colleagues, all those in favor?
Aye.
Great. Okay, our only other action item for the night is the be back, which we keep bringing back. Let's
Okay.
zip through this one, Dr. Golden.
We are going to zip through it. What I believe I've done is to faithfully delete and add as dictated by the last board meeting. Just one comment. In meeting with the property subcommittee, the suggestion that I think they were centered on is the notion of simply selecting 2 board members and not necessarily making it the 2 members of the property committee. Their reasoning was that the board president, when it would then be at liberty to have the same 2 members or not have the same 2 members.
Great,
That's
okay.
it.
I know we've already discussed this before. You've had a chance to look at the changes. Ms. Baton-Caswell has no comments tonight. Mr. Collins?
This is for action, right? I move that we, what are we doing, approving it or authorizing it?
We are. We are approving it.
Okay.
We are approving the details.
I move that we approve the proposal for the bond board advisory committee.
I second.
Okay. Any other comments? Mr. Drop? Mr. Dauber?
Aye.
It's just any comments? Great, I have no comments. Student board preferential vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Great. Colleagues, those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, don't go anywhere, though.
Let me just ask, your motion was with the assumption that the Board of Education members simply be 2 Board of Education members? Yes.
Yes, as amended.
All right.
Great. I think that you are next for the Hoover project.
Yes, I am.
We're on to discussion
Well,
items.
the board has had many readings of this. The next step is that we're hoping to bid this out in January or February of next year, and so we're asking for an authorization to bid. That said, we will not be, this will have 2 readings, and we have plenty of time for that. And then, of course, the board will be receiving and making a decision regarding the bids when the bids come in.
Mr. Do I have a motion to start us off?
Oh,
Oh, it's right, we're into discussion now. We don't have to motion.
So you want to waive the 2 meeting rule on this one?
No, it's okay.
Yeah, it
We're not in any rush. Thanks, though.
Yeah, there's no rush.
Mr. Collins, any comments? Bring it back and consent. That's my plan. Mr. Dauber?
No comments.
Mr. Gordon? No. Ms. Chang? No comments. Me neither. Okay, great. B, El Carmelo?
Okay, this is the next step in the El Carmelo project, namely submitting the plans. The board's approved the schematic design, and the next step is to submit the plans. We do have an optional set of slides on this, and Tom Hodges is here to also respond. Is it the board's request to view the slides? Or how do you want to proceed?
I don't feel the need to see the slides.
I don't think so. I mean, they were, okay. I don't think so. Nothing. You good?
Yeah.
Yep. Great. Okay. And there's no vote. Anybody have any comments?
This looks like a great project. It does. No,
Yeah.
Seriously.
It does.
Anyone else?
We had an enjoyable evening with us, Mr. Hodges.
Ms. Chang, do you have any comments? No. Okay. I'm just happy to see attention to the bathrooms and the kitchens and all those things that we said,
Yeah.
hey, please pay attention to. It looks great. Thank you so much. Moving on to 6C.
I'll start that one.
Great.
All right. 6C is a topic dealing with the city of Palo Alto and how they're dealing with the rail issues as electrification will dramatically change the flow of trains in town. Barbara Best has been our representative for the school district, and I'm going to just foreshadow parts of what she's going to talk about. When she was first asked to represent our district, it was to be part of what was being framed up as a sounding board committee. And that has changed dramatically, and now it is a voting body, and she'll go through some of those details. But because of the nature of the changes, we wanted to bring this before the board, not only to give you an update about where things stand currently, but also at the end of her presentation, Ms. Best will provide a recommendation that I fully support as well, and it's for the board's consideration as far as the future of our involvement in the committee. But before we get started, Barbara, I just want to thank you for not only serving on the committee, serving and representing us well, also putting together a really nice, professional, concise presentation for tonight, but for all you do for the school district is very much appreciated.
Thank you, Dr. Austin. Good evening, board. I do have 6 slides that I'll whip through, unless you'd like me to go into excruciating detail. Okay. So do I have the clicker or is, okay. All right. So Caltrain's electrified passenger services plan to start in the spring of 2022. This means more trains per hour through Palo Alto, causing concerns for traffic safety and noise, especially at the crossings in town at Palo Alto Avenue in downtown, Churchill here, and in South Palo Alto at Meadow Drive in Charleston. So the city, as you know, has been studying this issue for over a decade, and they've established various channels to get community input. This is the activity that's taken place in the last couple of years. In 2018, the city formed the Community Advisory Panel. At the end of their work in March 2019, they did narrow the alternatives under consideration from 34 down to 7. They formed the expanded Community Advisory Panel in June to be a sounding board and provide alternatives to the city manager. And as Dr. Austin has said, the city council voted in September to shift the role substantially to a more formalized organization. XCAP now reports directly to city council. The goal is a consensus vote in the 14-member committee on solutions to present to the council in April. As a result of the formalization, all meetings are subject to the Brown Act. The challenges facing the city council are great. They need to find a solution that the community will support, as well as identifying funding sources, regulatory approval, et cetera, all with the goal of making a decision in 2020, probably in the April or May timeframe. To illustrate the complexity of this issue, I went to my 7th XCAP meeting a week and a half ago, and there were over 150 outstanding questions to the city and its engineering contractor. I guess what I'm saying is there's going to be a lot of work between now and April to answer those questions and come to a consensus vote. So I'll now quickly go through the alternatives still under consideration and their impacts on our district. So in South Palo Alto, the 3 to 4 solutions you see here are all intended to be applied to both Meadow and Charleston. The first is a viaduct, which is an approximately 20-foot high train track. The hybrid solution is a slightly lower train track with Meadow and Charleston dipping underneath. And then the trench and also a tunnel is being discussed to span both those crossings. That's a very expensive solution. Regardless of the solution chosen, all of them benefit our schools and our families by optimizing east-west travel. So let's talk about Churchill. There are only 2 considerations here. One is the viaduct, again, a 20-foot tall train track. The other is the Churchill closure, which is accompanied with traffic mitigations along Embarcadero and Page Mill. So the effect on us, the closure does eliminate Churchill access to Pali. It should be noted that that's only at Alma. Churchill will remain open at El Camino. It does impact traffic at the Embarcadero entrance, and we may want to consider connecting the Pali parking lots. And definitely our transportation yard will be affected. Increased travel times for both our white and our yellow fleets. The viaduct solution has no effect on the access to Pali. However, it does require that the Stanford Game train station be closed. It is substantially more expensive than a closure, anywhere from 5 to 8 times as costly. And a viaduct does affect PAUSD families in the Southgate neighborhood. Their home values will be affected greatly. So before I get into our recommendation and request, I would like to point out that as a result of our time on the committee, we have successfully lobbied to have the traffic study include all Pali access points. This was not done before, and we did meet with the traffic study engineering team at Pali in August. And so there's still some questions about the veracity of the bus and pedestrian and bike count and car count and the timing. But the good news is we are being considered there, and traffic mitigations will consider our entrances. So our request this evening to the board is to provide direction to us on our continued participation on the XCAP. So the concern is any vote we make for any solution will definitely disenfranchise families who are impacted by the solution. I can tell you that all the meetings are public, and at every meeting I can tell you there's great opposition to each one of the Churchill options, both by members of the XCAP and in the general public. But our confidence is that our leadership can work through existing partnership channels with the city on any effect that any council decision does have on our sites. And with that, that's my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Drop, questions or comments?
I agree with Ms. Best that, it doesn't seem to me that this is the best use of time and resources to be on a committee with 14 members that is, not likely to reach a consensus anytime soon, when also, our involvement or interest in this is very narrowly tailored to certain specific issues that aren't necessarily the scope of the entirety of what the committee is going to touch on. And I do think that existing partnership channels are the appropriate way to go.
Mr. Dauber.
I agree with that. I would be uncomfortable with the district being represented on a body that is voting to make it advisory recommendation to the city council. I don't think that's the right way for us to participate in, those decisions to the extent that they affect us. And I think that I'm confident that staff will be able to represent the interests that we do have around Pali and access without being involved in the whole discussion about how to handle rail traffic in Palo Alto.
Mr. Collins?
Yeah, I agree with my colleagues, and thank you very much for that presentation.
Sure.
That was both concise and very informative. And thanks for your service on the committee, which has been super useful. I think, when we started this, I was one of the advocates for, making sure we have a seat at the table, and in my role on the city school liaison committee, that's something that I've tried to consistently advocate for, because I think when we have areas where our interests or projects overlap, it's really important to have a seat at the table, so that we know what's going on and are able to kind of inform ourselves and be prepared to act, as opposed to finding out afterwards that decisions have been made or problems framed without our input or involvement. But I didn't envision at the time that we'd be a voting member on a group that was basically going to advocate a multi-$100 million project that affected every aspect of our city. And we would be one of N votes on the committee that would be later used to generate legitimacy for whatever the proposal was. That's not our role. That's not what we need, nor what we want. So I really appreciate your foresight and, kind of perspective and anticipating that, since the role of the committee has changed, our role on the committee needs to change. I do hope that you've made this big investment in getting us to the point where we understand these complicated issues and the impact on our students in our district. And so let's, capitalize on our investment and stay informed and be in a position to act when we need to. But I couldn't agree more with your recommendation. There's no need for us to be a voting member of a committee that's now in this direction.
Ms. Sheng?
I don't have any comments.
Mr. Rudin?
Minimal comments. Thank you very much for the presentation. It looks wonderful. I think that a lot of the options we saw today, especially at the Churchill thing, is frightening for me as a student and a witnesser of the biking that occurs. I think it's a dangerous crossing regardless. And I don't think any of the options are strong options for student safety, but, we have to do something. So.
Can I point out that a Churchill closure does include a bike tunnel?
Nice. Thank you for serving on this committee, and thank you for bringing this information back to us. I think we're pretty uniform in our thoughts here on this issue, and I'm wondering, Dr. Austin, do you feel like we need to take this back for a vote? Do we have to vote on this?
No, in this particular case, once we had the seat made available to us by the city, there was no vote to appoint Barbara. I just did it. So unless there's an objection, I can inform the city tomorrow that we'll be relinquishing that spot. So I think no vote in, no vote out seems to make sense, if you're okay with that.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, great. All right, no action. Thank you so much. Thanks, Barbara. Okay, tentative agreement with PAEA
Okay, I've got this one.
in November.
And if you have technical questions, we can kick it to Ms. Hendricks. Otherwise, I think I've got it.
Okay.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank everyone involved, starting with our Board of Education that had really great conversations, set clear parameters, and allowed us to pursue an option with a formula. And that really helped us to do something historic in that we have fall settlements in a district that does not have fall settlements. That will practically allow us to do a couple things. It will put salary, benefits, compensation in general off the table for the rest of the year. We won't have to discuss that. And it allows us to dig deeper into the contract language topics that both sides are discussing moving forward. So thank you for that. I'd like to thank Ms. Hendricks and her entire team as far as going through negotiations. It's a process, and sometimes the process is tougher than others, and they did a really good job of working through that. As always, I'd like to thank our association leadership both CSEA and PAEA, and that are unrepresented, but PAMA leaders as well, that really worked and helped us solve the problem. So I'm going to sum this up for everybody really quickly. The settlements for all groups before you tonight, I'm just going to discuss them all together, is a 1% ongoing compensation increase, retroactive, a 1.5% payment off schedule, so not ongoing, one-time money, 0.4 to benefits, which helps counteract the rising cost of benefits, and that's for all employees. That's obviously a big deal across the country. And then a formula that states if our property taxes come in over the 5.93% that they currently sit at, which is relatively common for Palo Alto to have some good news, that we have a predetermined agreement on what the breakdown will be. So for those people out there thinking, wait a minute, we've heard about a trigger in the past and it didn't go so well, this doesn't resemble that agreement. This is a one-year agreement with only a positive trigger. There is no need for any reopeners if things come back less than a projection. So we have no exposure out there. We feel really great about the deal, and we also acknowledge to our associations that a couple things were very different. Working through the formula and the pace of the negotiations this time was different, uncomfortable, and I appreciate their willingness to engage in it, and I'm very confident that it's going to have a good ending for everybody involved. So that's all I have. And do we have speakers?
We do not have speakers on this one.
Well, we might as part of our presentation.
Oh.
Sorry, this isn't reaching too far. Terry Baldwin couldn't be here tonight. She needs to be out of town, unfortunately. I know we have Meb Steiner here and also Chris Kolar, and I didn't know if they wanted to come up and make a brief statement. Don't need to, but while they're talking about that, I do want to express also my sincere appreciation for their leadership in these negotiations. Meb and her team, I see Will Mankey is here as well. So I want to thank them for the time and the investment, and thank Mr. Kohler too for his work with PAMA.
So Meb Steiner, CSEA president. I just want to express that I'm very pleased that we were able to come to agreement so early in the year around benefits and compensation. I think having the contingency language for possible future property tax growth is also a positive. It allows for some planning, predictability for both the district side and the employee side. Healthcare is challenging, and we have a wonderful joint benefits committee, and I really want to recognize the work that committee put in, trying to look at plans and consider options to balance increased premiums and costs and how to share that burden. So there was increase on the employee side of employee contributions, and part-time folks do pay a prorated part of the premium, which is very, very challenging. So some of our folks who earn the least are actually paying the most for benefits. So those are continued conversations that we need to have. I don't know that we can fix the United States healthcare system, but we can certainly try to fix how we do it here. I do appreciate the work of the negotiating teams. I think that we had good discussions and were able to really bring up a lot of good conversations, and I look forward to continued discussions. We have a solid foundation, and I think we have some good work ahead of us. So thank you to everyone. Big thanks to our negotiating team, but also to the members of the district's negotiating team. Thank you.
Hello. First of all, I wanted to say thank you to Karen and all of the district negotiating team. This was my first time through the negotiating process, and as primarily an observer, it still was a great opportunity to find out a lot of the things that affect all of us, especially members of management. I think that we are very relieved that this is settled now in the fall, because the spring is, for a lot of reasons, a very stressful time with respect to the school calendar. And so I think it's going to be nice to not have that on people's minds as we go into the springtime. I'd also like to thank Meb and Terry. They did a great job of helping understand the role that we had to play in things like the Joint Benefit Committee, and also giving a good orientation to this. Pamela's exec cabinet had a complete turnover this year, and so we relied on help from people to help us understand how to integrate into these processes. So thank you.
Thank you.
I will add that you have a corrected copy of the cover sheet for the CSEA item in front of you, a correction in the dollar figure related to the 1.5% off the salary schedule. So that is provided for you.
Okay, colleagues, we're looking at D, E, and F together, just for discussion. Mr. Collins?
My only, thank you for bringing this forward. Thank you for the collective bargaining units for reaching early agreement. I did want to point out that, as I think some people noticed, the district for the first time posted all offers and counteroffers publicly on the website, which was, I think, the first time any of us can remember that these things were sunshined prior to a tentative agreement being announced, which I think is a milestone in our transparency of the single, by far the largest set of expenditures that we make as and decisions we make as a management team, as a board, in terms of financial commitments. So I think it's really great that there was more transparency, and I think, frankly, it helped us reach a better and sooner agreement. So it really paid a dividend. So thanks to everybody for bringing it together.
Mr. Durrell?
Just thanks all around.
Mr. Dauber?
Yeah, I appreciate the work of the district and bargaining units, negotiating teams. I think this was a very professional and expeditious handling of something that had in the past has taken quite a long time and has been left to very late. And I want to reiterate what Mr. Collins said. I think that the posting of the progress of negotiations publicly was a really great step, and I think that as the community and press gets used to doing that, we'll probably see even more visibility and discussion of those proposals as the negotiations proceed. Thank you.
Mr. Gordon?
Sounds really positive all around. It's wonderful to hear, and I don't have any comments.
I have nothing as well. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you to all the parties involved. It was really nice, as I guess this is my third time through this process, and to have it done in November with a strong contract coming up for the year is wonderful, and frees you all up to do all the other jobs you have in front of you. So thank you to the whole negotiating team and to all of our bargaining units. Okay, that was up for discussion, so we can move on. We're going to take all the board policies sort of together. I don't think we have to separately talk about each one, but I don't know who has issues they want to talk about. We have one comment on the discipline one, on 5144. I think that's the only comment we have. Don't know, you don't have any, there's no presentation for this one, right? We've just got, okay. Why don't we call Ms. Higgins? Do you want to come up now? Evidently.
Did you work on these? Yes, I did.
So just a few comments reading through the documents in the discipline section. Under site level rules, it says that you'll be soliciting participation by many stakeholders, parents, guardians, students, SROs, et cetera, teachers. Nowhere does it explicitly mention that both from the parent guardian group and students that we should draw directly from the HUR community subgroups that are most directly affected by discipline policies. So let's make it explicit rather than assuming that this will happen. I think that's really important. So that'll be my first request. I see that recess restriction is mentioned and it says, "A teacher may not restrict a student's recess as a disciplinary measure unless the health and safety of the student or other students are at risk." So it seems like recess restriction is only for very serious matters. I don't know if you're all aware that at Green Middle School, lunchtime detention is a weekly or possibly bi-weekly event. Does that fall under the category of recess restriction? And it is applied for students with tardies as well as other disciplinary issues. I don't understand how tardies falls within that category. So is this something we should be abolishing tomorrow? And I'd really like to know, do other middle schools have the same practices around detentions, lunchtime detentions, or is it just Green? I don't understand how this policy fits in with our commitments to SEL, wellness, restorative justice, trauma-informed practices, as well as our understanding of the disparate impact on HUR subgroups. So I just think that we maybe need to spend a little more time on this. Finally, lastly, we raised the issue of the Memorandum of Understanding regarding the SROs, and we got nowhere with that. There are no protections anywhere in any document that I know of in relation to students' rights and parents' rights. We're in Palo Alto. We like to think of ourselves as being very progressive. The ACLU has very explicit guidelines on the rights that should be included. I don't understand what the holdup is. We have a board who is supposedly very progressive. Where are we going to include these rights for students? We all understand the issues of policing and schooling and students of colour. So I'm looking for progress on that issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, timing too. Okay, so all of these, I mean, you can, as we go around, you can address specifically discipline or anyone that you want to address. Well, you two have been in with these, so you might not have any comments. Mr. Drop, do you have any comments or about any of these?
Just a brief comment. The BP for discipline talks about non-discrimination, and in BPRC, you know, our policy has been that ARs, which are created as the implementation of board policies, are generally left to staff to determine. So if staff determines that it would be better to flesh out what it might mean to comply with non-discrimination policies in discipline, I think that would be a good idea. In fact, I would ask Dr. Austin to take a look at that. And then if lunchtime detentions are against what is in the AR here, which is limiting recess restriction to serious offenses, then again, I would ask that we're making sure that our policies are being implemented consistently and in accordance with the ARs.
Thank you. Mr. Dauber?
A couple of points that Ms. Higgins raised. I don't want to put you on the spot, Ms. Ofek, but is it your sense that there's a contradiction between this new language in the board policy regarding recess and any of our current practices?
The way recess is defined is unstructured physical activity. So just by this policy alone, it would not qualify under recess, but that does not mean that we shouldn't take a look at you know, how often students are prevented from attending lunch with their peers during that time.
Yeah, I think that's well worth taking a look at, and I certainly take Ms. Higgins' point that we don't want to restrict students from, in this case, social interaction that's presumably healthy for them as a disciplinary measure, unless there's some good reason for doing that. So I'd be interested in hearing in the context of the BPRC what staff thinks about that and whether we need to have another rule around that. The second, I may be wrong about this, but I believe that there's a board policy regarding police presence on school campuses. Ms. Comey, I'm looking to you for to Ms. Higgins' second point, we have the memorandum of understanding, but I believe there is a board policy that covers expectations about this.
Right, there's guidance on restraints and other things being used by police, but I'm going to have to check on whether or not there's guidance on student rights in relation to.
Yeah, I'd be interested in, Ms. Higgins is shaking her head no. If you could forward that policy to the board, I think we'd all like to take a look at that. And I do remember that when we have had issues with the SROs and MOUs in the past, we've laid them next to our board policy and seen issues there. So I think that there is one there, but I think if it needs review and amendment, then, we should take that up as well.
Sure.
I don't have any comments on any of the rest of these. We read and considered them very thoroughly in the BPRC.
Why, thank you
No,
for that.
you're quite welcome.
Mr. Collins.
I just want to thank the committee for its work, and I am prepared to vote for these when the committee is satisfied that they're ready.
Okay, our students have left us, not in the same way. Again, they have left us. I'm on a roll. I'm consistent, if nothing else. A couple of things. Well, one, just a typo, which is obviously not as important as the content, but before I forget it, in the AR of the discipline of 5144, in the disciplinary strategies paragraph on the first page, the pronouns were changed, which is lovely, but the commits doesn't agree with it anymore because of that. So if we can just change that so that it agrees grammatically, I think when we renewed our MOU, there was a lot of back and forth about where student rights fit in. And I was convinced by staff that that wasn't the appropriate place for it. And I still think that that wasn't the appropriate place for it. That was just an agreement for contracted services. And yet it has to be somewhere. And it's still, I think, not anywhere to the level that we would benefit and that our students would benefit from. I think I agree with Mr. Drop that probably in this AR is the best place for it. But it's, and again, it's not anything that the board approves in AR, but I think that it would be beneficial for it to either come before BPRC or perhaps even come to the board, given the significance of it. Maybe not for approval, but just to sunshine it and have discussion about it and make sure that we're really doing it justice. As Ms. Higgins pointed out, there are several organizations that have recommendations for best practices on this, so there's no need to reinvent the wheel. I think we can look at some highly regarded organizations and the work that they have done and incorporate them in various ways. So in my mind, I think this 5144 AR makes the most sense, but happy to hear other suggestions about that. Given that it's not going to go in the MOU, we do want to make sure it doesn't get lost as we move ahead. We were asked by Ms. Baton Caswell, if she was not still up at 7 a.m. in Spain, to just give a quick question in, which one is it? 3100, BP 3100 on the budget. And it seems like for the first time, we are explicitly stating a 7% reserve at a minimum in our board policy, which is not typical. I think before it was vaguer and we had a habit of staying at least 7%. I don't know if our board members or Ms. Chow can speak to why we want to lay out 7% in there and why 7%. Yeah.
So the state has a requirement for a reserve for economic uncertainty of 3%. And it has been past practice in the district for as long as I could determine that the board and the district have had a 7%, and the 7% has come out of, an additional 7% has come out from Fund 17. So there's a total of a 10% reserve in the district's ending fund balance. So the recommendation as Board Policy 3100 is coming before you this evening, is to codify that past practice and just put it into board policy.
Okay, and you are all, BPRC was comfortable with that?
We discussed this and decided that rather than having this as an implicit practice, it gets referred to in some documents that, we should reduce it to board policy.
We don't like it, we can change it.
Yeah, we can change it, sure.
Great, okay. There were a few other questions that I had before we were up here, and I think most of the answers were, that is CSBA standard language, and so obviously we don't need to adopt it, but it does seem like it, we have seen in the past, as I've served on BPRC, that it really complicates our life when for no huge reason we divert from CSBA language, because then when something comes down that's a change, it's hard to find all the places to change it. So I think my questions have been answered satisfactorily. They're just minor questions. So I think, is everyone okay with all of these coming back on consent next time?
Yeah, I'll just say that we've had two practices on the BPRC that I'll say for others, since I'm rolling off. But I think they've served us. One is to really strongly prefer to adopt the CSBA language where, unless we have a good reason not to, and which we occasionally do, but usually don't, which saves us a lot of time. And also, we don't look at ARs unless we have a good reason to. The ARs are the administrative regulations that are essentially the implementation of board policy. So we don't look at those, and that saves time too. So that's how we're able to bring you all these policies
Cooking with gas.
without spending all of our time in BPRC meetings. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We're going on to information items now, and I think some of them will be quick, but some of them might take a little bit of our time. So can I get a motion to extend the meeting? No one wants to extend it.
I move to extend to 10:45.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, 10:45. I will take these as a whole. Information items do not have a report from staff, so they are information to be highlighted for the community. Does anyone have a question or comment about any of them? Oh, wait, we have a comment. We have a comment card from a community member. Ms. Sarah Woodham. Oh, she's not, if you're, I can come back to you if you're not ready. Okay. At 10:15, maybe you needed more time to get ready.
Not ready, you're never ready. I had so much time, I typed it up, so you didn't get
You've got
my
a whole 3 minutes.
scrawly notes. So this is on the DNF report?
Yeah, and
That's what
before
I'm
you,
talking about.
can I just, yes, that's what you filled out the card for.
Okay.
And let me just say that we've never reported a DNF report in November, but we decided to bring this forward because we hit the halfway point of the quarter, and we wanted to, I'm sorry. And we just wanted to elevate this, where we were and how many kids were sort of on track to wind up with a DRF in our, when we see our January report, in the hopes of maybe moving that needle in the next 7 weeks before we hit that. So this is kind of new for us, but.
Okay, good.
Pull that mic down.
Sorry,
Not
thanks.
that tall, sorry.
All right, so let me start by commending you on the latest push to address equity with, specific actions, and I'm hoping for reporting and accountability to go with it. That's always my thing. The CAS scores from the last meeting and the DNF report, the DF report today are sort of, I consider, welcome sunshine to the underbelly of our educational system, to be frank. At this point, we all understand that our inability to educate students equitably is truly because of a system that is designed to produce exactly the results that we get. I think you said that. Okay. The district lanes, parents tutor to achieve the lane, teachers teach to match the tutored. We discourage, if not gateway, anyone that can't compete at the highest level of whatever lane. And then we take credit for outcomes that we frankly are only partially responsible for as a district. This is really our system at work. It feeds an environment of implicit and explicit bias, and our HUR, SED, and SPED students can't be expected to thrive in this academic and social emotional environment. That's my thought. I want to encourage our superintendent and our 3 assistant soups to be courageous, unified, and to be convinced that changes in practices and policies will have the targeted effects on the target population that we're pushing for, or pushing on in this effort. And that we are laser focused on equity without distraction. Historically, we don't seem to be able to address anything equity related without the distraction of attention to further acceleration. And these 2 things end up being just a major lose, it just ends up being a loss for, equity-related efforts. We seem to be focusing on math with the prospect of laning 6th grade math, laning in our district is, in my opinion, the path of least resistance. We know exactly how to do this. And one question I was wondering is, if we have evidence on how we do with respect to, let's say, Math 7, do we know how many of our Math 7 students actually lane up to Algebra 8 or GOA in high school? Do we have data to believe that starting 1 year earlier will actually change that trajectory if we're not seeing it actually change between 7 and Algebra 8? Anecdotally, when I asked my 2 high schoolers what they would think about that, they both have very different learning profiles, and they both had like a resounding and immediate no in response to the prospect of actually different math groupings in 6th grade. I urge you to take the time to think differently about our instructional practices, climate and culture, and work to do no further harm to vulnerable students and their families.
Thank you. Okay, colleagues, you see the 8 or so items in front of you for information. Does anybody have any comments about any of them? Do you want to start with Mr. Drott? Or should I start with Mr. Collins, because he does?
I have like comments
On all of them? Okay, well, science update. We'll just go through. Science update, anyone have any comments on? I just want to thank you all for that update. I think that, I guess I do have a comment. I think going through a curriculum adoption is one of the most productive things we can do. It really gives staff a chance to try some new things and see what's out there and really delve deeply into new standards. And your report really told us that that's exactly what's happening. So I'm really grateful to see it, and thank you. I look forward to seeing an update as we progress.
The one additional comment on that, I echo Ms. DePienza's comments. I think this was really good sunshining. I do think because the science standards are in some ways different and unfamiliar, and because, especially the way sequencing and grouping can be done, and that different districts around the state are in the process of adopting different approaches, and people hear about them and don't know what they mean or what the implications are for us. I think this is a really good topic to continue to sunshine, and so that people don't get to the end, as so often happens, and say, what, nobody told me this was going to be this way. Because obviously we have a community that cares deeply about science and STEM education generally, and I'm sure end up caring about how science curriculum is organized. So I really appreciate this update.
Anyone else on science? Great, okay. School impact fees?
I have a lot to say.
I knew you'd say a lot about that.
I have nothing to say about it.
Anyone? Great, okay, Fiscal Advisory Committee.
I do have something to say about this. This is my pet.
Mr. Collins
This is my pet
project,
and I really appreciate Dr. Austin and Ms. Chow bringing this forward and putting it together. I do think, many districts have this, and you've probably dealt with this in the past. You've probably dealt with it in the past. And I think it's not so much that our staff needs all the outside advice. It's more that it creates the ability for the community to understand and participate in how to think about school finance and the school finance decisions that we make. And let's face it, the generosity of our district is what underlies, to the extent that we have success, underlies our success. So I think it's really important that generosity is cemented by trust. And so I really appreciate this innovation, which I think will help continue to build trust with the community. So thank you very much.
Anyone else on the Fiscal Advisory Committee? Okay, I just want to echo that. Thank you for bringing it up. I think it may take a little bit more of your time, but as you said, this is something that you've seen in a lot of other districts. I think it makes us stronger. I think it adds to that transparency. I think it helps people better understand why we're making the decisions we're making and where the money's going. And I appreciate it. Thank you. Bell schedules, later start times, common schedules. Any comments?
Well,
Mr.
I'm very pleased that Governor Newsom corrected Governor Brown's mistake and actually signed the bill. And I think that it suggests to us that we should, we went through a discussion ourselves about sleep and start times in the context of the zero period discussion, which caused a lot of consternation at the time, but I think has turned out to be exactly the right move for those students. I think there's a conversation for us to have about what are the right start times for our secondary schools, and whether we should be looking at even later start times than are state mandated. There's an enormous amount of evidence which underlies this bill, but I think should, impel us to have a conversation about this that might lead to a change. That sleep is one of the biggest, most effective levers we have to increase student well-being and readiness to learn. And so I applaud this, but I think that this is an opportunity for us to consider going further.
Mr. Drop.
I echo everything that Mr. Dauber said. I am also looking forward to seeing the discussions about the common bell schedule. I have never really understood the utility of having separate bell schedules at our high schools, and in fact think it would really increase the opportunities for collaboration if we had common bell schedules.
Just really quickly, I'm excited to talk about all these things as they come up, to see these common schedules and bell schedules and whatnot. It's something that I thought a lot about as a candidate, and then when I came on the board, was told, Gunn's had 3 different bell schedules in 3 years, do not talk about this, and then 80 other things happened, right? But the list of things to consider from, I believe even one of the bullets had to do with athletic start times when everyone goes later. And that's something that parents have talked to me a bunch about in our high schools, that their students are losing a lot of academic time because we're starting so late, because the bell schedule is what it is. And part of it was that other schools weren't doing the same thing. So after-school activities started earlier. So the fact that now this will be a statewide thing, hopefully will lead us the opportunity for our students to miss less academic time to get to an athletic activity. So I'm excited to have all these conversations over the course of the next year or so. Thank you for bringing it up. Okay, DF report. I assume we're going to have some comments about this. Mr. Drop.
Can I go last?
You definitely can. Mr. Dauber?
I want to appreciate Ms. Woodham's comments about, accountability and transparency, and also that, and I'll just reiterate something that I said earlier in the evening, which is that, the changes that we make need to increase opportunity, particularly for those students, who are suffering disadvantage. And so we want to make sure that we don't produce differentiation through ability groupings or whatever it is that that produces opportunity structures that persist from middle school through high school. In terms of the DNF report, it's disheartening to see the disproportionality, although not surprising given the other measures that we have. I think the report itself could be clearer in terms of its layout and presentation. We sort of separate out the proportion of students in different groups from the counts of students in different subjects who are receiving Ds and Fs, and it's really a little hard to follow. The differences are so large that it doesn't really matter in terms of interpretation, but I think the presentation could be clearer. That's it.
If Mr. Dauber had asked me, I could have given him my spreadsheet with the percentages of each subgroup of the thing, because I spent an hour this weekend putting that together. If you had asked me, you'd have had it. I think this is a great innovation. I'm really, really pleased and excited that we have brought this forward, and I just want to underscore it because I think it is so important. Almost everything we look at in terms of measuring academic achievement and how we're doing as an organization is deep in the rearview mirror. We spend a lot of time looking at last year's results and the years before results. And it's really hard. Try driving with your eyes in the rearview mirror and see how that goes for you. And this is all organizations face this problem because rearview mirror data is easy to get. But this one more so, education more so than other, because, we have big annual assessments and they take months and they're not done by us. They take months and months to come back. And then, those kids have moved on and the teachers are different and what is this really telling us? And so to have, and aside from the fact that outside standardized tests like the SBAC, CASP tests, while I think have a vital role in accountability, transparency, and comparability, tell us something different from what we learned from internal grade reports. And there's a ton of data that supports that grades are in fact the best predictor of college success and long-term success for students in high school. High school grades are. Because they not, and reflecting not only academic achievement, but also things like persistence and resilience, ability to, executive function, ability to follow the process and execute over time. One of the big things that was proven a number of years ago is that a GED is in no way the equivalent of a high school diploma in terms of predicting earnings capacity or long-term life success, even though theoretically they represent the same academic achievement. Dramatically different outcomes depending on whether you actually finish high school, go through the process and get the grades versus just getting the GED. So it's not about just stuffing kids' brains with knowledge. It's about them learning to be good students, learning to be learners, learning to participate in the process that sets them up for life. So the idea that we now have a near real-time window into that not only that both performs a function at the schools, like this isn't theoretical, these are individual kids and we know how they're doing. We know who needs the help, we know who's struggling, as well as kind of an accountability and managerial tool to say, hey, there's disproportionality here. For instance, one of the middle schools had twice the level of math DF among Hispanic students as the other two middle schools, twice the level. So that's what I figured out with my spreadsheet. And it's like, hey, that's, it could be, the numbers are relatively small, that could be thing, but if that was something that persisted over time, that would definitely tell us, hey, something's going on there, either in terms of consistency of grading or in teaching and learning. And so the idea that we're getting both kind of a real-time tool to actually impact the trajectory of students and a managerial tool that lets us change our practice as we go, I think is, more like this, please. This is fantastic. This is one of the best kind of information innovations I've seen since I've been on the board. So I really appreciate and value this report, and thank you for bringing it forward.
That's what we were going for. I'm glad you recognized it. Thank you so much for doing this. I think, we all know what we see here and who's represented on the list is not a surprise and yet not super encouraging. But I think more significantly for us right now is we have, 7 weeks left in the semester or something, and there's a chance to get as many kids the support they need as possible to get them off this list. And it looked to me generally like there were about twice as many DFs as there were students that maybe, I don't know if there's, I wasn't able to tell, right. So maybe there's a bunch of them that have a whole bunch of DFs and a bunch of them only have one, but certainly more than an average of one per student. And so I'm wondering if anyone can give us an idea of what kinds of supports go in now, that if I'm on this DF list at this point, what sorts of things am I experiencing now to try to give me that support?
Ms. Ofek has done a great job with the secondary principals, and our principals, I got to tell you, just took this information and ran with it. They've done staff presentations to, first of all, even make the staff aware of it, make sure that everyone understands that this will be something that we're tracking, that we want to improve. And all 5 secondary schools have already submitted action plans to Ms. Ofek as of today. So, I just super quickly, I think we spent a lot of time, like Mr. Collins had said, about looking in the rearview mirror, and we look at data and wring our hands and say, here's more evidence. But this is leading to immediate corrective action, and that's really exciting. And without going too far, I'm seeing a lot of that across the district that will show up in more ways in time. This one will show up in January. So very, very excited about the leadership from Ms. Ofek and from our site principals and the staffs who are jumping right on this.
Thank you to you and to all of them. This is the work. This is the work. And I think that was the hope too, not just that we were elevating for the community where we were, but to give information to the sites so they could deal directly. So we look forward to, we're planning to bring the actual DF list back in January, probably, as to what the results are. And hopefully we'll be able to then compare these lists and see how effective we were at some of the interventions planned. Okay.
May I?
Oh, you wanted to go last.
True.
Mr. Drop.
Thank you. So because we're seeing these reports sooner and more often, which is a fantastic thing, there's a troubling narrative that exists out in the ether that continues to come up, and we heard some of it today, and that is that building supports for our disadvantaged students somehow undercuts students who are already achieving. And it's disappointing. It's sort of misunderstood at best, and it's disingenuous at worst, because the discussion we're having is not about just meeting standards. It's about closing the gap. And those two things are really intricately linked. Sort of like, under economic systems where the rich get richer, the poor don't also get richer. There's this gap that is self-perpetuating. And so the focus really, to be clear, is on the students who are not being supported. It's not about some sort of, egalitarian, everybody needs to have equal amounts of attention with respect to increasing achievement, because the data clearly shows that that's not the case. So I am going to look forward to disabusing this notion of trickle-down achievement, because clearly we need to really focus on what matters, and it isn't the latter, the former.
Thank you. Anything else for either F or G? Let's talk, or board calendar items. Okay, let's do board operations. You're going first this time, Mr. Drop.
I don't think I have any operations. I went to Green Middle School actually last weekend, and I was invited by YCS, Youth Community Service, as partners with our schools, to give some opening remarks about community service. And I did this previously at Gunn as well on their service day. And it's always inspirational to see our students getting out there and giving back in the great ways that they do.
Nice. Mr. Dauber.
I don't have any reports. I did find some of the public comments during open forum that specifically addressed a student in our district to be really concerning. And I wonder what we can do in terms of setting expectations for public participation in open forum that would ideally prevent students from being singled out in those discussions. I don't know what's possible, but I do think that it's something that it concerned me significantly, and I would like us to consider what steps we could take. So if I can lay that task at your feet.
I'm adding it to my agenda setting list. Thank you. Mr. Collins.
There are two committee reports, one from the Property Committee, which basically repeats reviewed items that were reviewed at the meeting today, and the City School Liaison Committee meeting, which took place on Halloween. Ms. DeBrienza and I, were you in costume at all? We're not in costume.
I got 3 kids in costume.
Two city councilors were, including the chair of the committee, who came in pajama and curlers. It was a landmark day for Palo Alto. The one item, you can see the items on there, a couple items that I just want to call out. One is that the city is assessing items for a business tax that would go on, a business tax that they are considering to have on the November 2020 ballot, so something to be aware of. And that may be in addition to other bond programs that they have on the ballot in 2020. The other is there were both public speakers and a discussion at the meeting regarding vaping and regulation and community action on vaping. And I think while we all agreed, both city, county, and there was some, Grace Mock came from, who sits on the county board, and various people were there saying, talking about various actions that was going on, that there really was no coordinated action, and it was a little hard to tell what exactly was going on. The city sounds like they are going to convene some kind of meeting in January. Did you understand what that meeting was?
No.
I didn't either. Some kind of meeting that, that they convene on, that included community stakeholders to discuss and share best practices and create the potential for coordinated actions. There also was, I believe, considered at the county supervisors meeting today, some kind of anti-vaping ordinance. Did we get an update whether that passed or not?
We did not.
Okay. I don't know if they passed the ordinance they were considering or not. But this is an area that the PTAC has passed a resolution on. Various school boards in our area have passed a resolution on. The county is considering a resolution on. And I know our PTAC is taking the lead at the state level of proposing a resolution that they want to get the state and regional PTAs to support. So I think at some point we will get a proposal to our, at the next meeting perhaps, of a resolution for our board to echo and support what the PTA has already approved. So anyway, I just wanted to, that issue is out there gathering steam. Maybe that's ironic. Maybe that's a pun if in the case of vaping. But something I think we will continue to see and will be asked to act on at probably the next meeting. Oh, one other quick thing, maybe I can filibuster until you're out of time, I have been going around, I've been doing an interesting activity that I haven't done before, which is I've been visiting elementary classrooms and talking to teachers and principals about our literacy programs. And I've started to hear, and I imagine other people have started to hear, talk and interest in our community for both low-income student performance and for our dyslexia initiatives. And it's a general discussion around the curriculum and instruction related to early grade literacy. And it turns out this is a discussion that's going on nationwide, and then a number of districts in California are looking at it. And I don't know where it's gonna go, but I urge, and I'm trying to educate myself about it, what our actual practices are and how we think about it. And I think I urge staff to, I think do we have an update coming at the next meeting or the meeting after maybe? On the next meeting? So I think it would be great to talk about that because I know there are some people in the community that are gaining interest in this area, as you know. Yeah, you want to say something?
The next meeting, so when you say an update in this area, are you talking about our literacy instruction?
Whatever you're gonna, I just thought you were gonna do an update.
We're updating on BAS progress and dyslexia.
I'm looking forward to the dyslexia update, for sure. Mr. Collins summarized our City School Liaison Committee meeting. Tomorrow morning, there's a PTAC staff appreciation breakfast that really, and I guess anyone who's not site-based, any staff who's not based at a particular site, PTAC hosts a really lovely breakfast every year to appreciate them. So some of us will be here tomorrow morning, and we hope lots of staff can come so we can celebrate them. I don't think I have anything else. So this meeting is adjourned.
3 minutes to spare.